live and gonna have the
I've got a
fucking
list,
thing up.
so
It's gonna be
I have
chaos.
the thing that blocks the.
Because if you
Yeah, I
talk
think
about
you
the
can
thing
hear
from earlier today, that was like, don't forget to do this.
Jock,
You
we're
didn't say we're making a list, nigga.
Jock,
We talked about this last week too.
We've been talking about this for like a week, man.
Last week was when y'all said y'all weren't doing no damn list.
We did say we were doing a list.
Yeah,
Where were you?
Get your stuff together. Well, anyway, do you have a handful of games that you played?
I have a handful of games I played. I don't know if this.
And that's enough. And that's just enough. Just list them off.
All right. Yeah, you're fine. It's a lot better than going off the top of your head, because I know you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I also did this. Oh yeah, I also did that. Which.
Oh, I don't have a physical list. No.
Well, I was hoping you got something.
Do you have a list on your phone? Do you have some kind of list?
Do you even know
what
you're going to talk about?
Is it in your mind palace?
External representation of things I played this year. I have thoughts. I have things
Why the
on my mind.
Then how do you even know if it came out this year? Because you're gonna end up like Julian, where he was asking about the Pixel release and
well,
shit.
Because I played it this year, so I added it. So
I feel like I need a silver
one
chain
anyway,
with this
shirt.
shirt.
I played it this year.
I got this
like,
shirt for Christmas, and now that I'm seeing it on camera, I'm like, I need a chain. I need some kind of accessory. Hey, how's it going? We're doing Game of the Year talks tonight. Yeah, we're doing Game of the Year list tonight. I'm here with Lazy Gaming guys. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello. Yes.
Hey.
Now, I need to do my intro properly so we can.
Yeah.
So the things. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Lazy Gaming Guys. The words are hard. Tonight is our wrap up of 2022, our final stream, and we're going to talk about the games we played and some of the other things and that we liked about this year, video game wise.
Nailed it.
There were things we liked about this year.
Video game wise, I said.
I guess there are things video game wise.
Hey,
we can talk about personal bullshit later. Well, we can talk about personal growth later. We're a video game channel first.
So 2022 was a weird year because it was front loaded like crazy. There was a bunch of huge games. I feel like 2022, especially from games on the Switch, the PC, the PlayStation, there's super front loaded. And then summer came and a bunch of good releases came out as well. And we kind of ended mostly with a couple of really big games, but I think 2022 was front loaded, like more than any other year in recent memory.
I mean, 3 of my top 10 were all within the last 2 or 3 months.
For me, it was about the same. 3 of them. So, but I mean, like the quality of stuff that we got early on in the year was crazy. So I figure that we all have games that we want to talk about. Jock doesn't have a full listed top 10, and I don't think
strange like that.
And I think Julian has a list, but I don't think yours is ordered, right?
Well, mine's ordered. Oh, mine's ordered for like the top 3, and that's it.
Okay, then I figure that we'll talk about our lists, put our thoughts in, and then we'll also then talk about games that we're looking forward to in 2023. And then if there's any time after that, we'll like play something. Does that sound good?
It's fine with me.
Sure.
Does anybody feel like going first, or?
I can.
All right.
I can start with my number 10.
What game do you got?
Shredder's Revenge.
Ooh, that's on my list as well.
Yeah, TMNT Shredder's Revenge, because like the single player was fun. It was definitely that old school Ninja Turtles that I grew up with. The arcades, almost scene for scene, like for a lot of it, but it was so much fun. They added some nice stuff with the single player and things like that to make it really kind of new and fresh as well. Plus, the multiplayer was really fun. Like, I thought that was a very fun stream, and mostly because of that multiplayer stream is why it got the number 10 slot, because that was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's on my list as well. I know there was a lot of hype coming up for it, and it kind of released as a little bit of a surprise because I think they were hiding the release date for the summer, and then it dropped really soon after not E3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
nudity. What do you mean nudity? What do you mean nudity?
But it was really good because I wasn't expecting too much out of it as well, and I only played it for those 4 hours that we played it on stream.
I went into the fucking Rose Brigade War Room chat for like a split second.
and so I don't have like too much to dive into on it, but the game was really, really good. Did you, Julian or
I'm
Josh, did
surprised
you
you
play
didn't
it
play
more
it
than
more
that?
outside of it.
I felt like I wanted to do multiplayer. I had a weird experience with that game because Lag played it before I got a chance to, because it came out while work was going, and he played through it with his brother-in-law. And then when I got a chance to play it, I played it with all six of us. Who? Wait, did we have a sixth person?
I think it was
Lag.
just 5.
It was 5. Yeah, we did.
I think it was just 5.
I thought that we had a 6. I can't remember properly.
I'd have to look back at the stream to get like an accurate one, but I think it was just 5 of us.
Okay.
Yeah, do something important.
But yeah, it held up really, really well.
Yeah, go look.
I'm already looking at the stream. I don't even know what he saw in the first place.
No. I'm talking about go look at the go look at the
What's going on?
Go look at the stream for the freaking TMNT thing. Go check the archive. Good, go check the archive.
Oh, he wants you to check the VOD.
Why am I checking
why
the archive
during
for
the
that?
middle of stream?
There's a favorite. That's easy. Elden Ring stream over. Saved you all the trouble. We'll be talking about Elden Ring later.
Oh god, I left my plate back there.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be between Jock and Omni. We'll be talking, I'm sure, about Elden Ring at some point tonight.
I have trailers going on my stream, and a thought popped into my head that I remembered. I get gay furries because some of those boss encounters, like those were some hot dudes. I can't remember them all.
Oh, for Elden Ring?
Yes. No, for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Remember, like we had like a whole discussion about it. It was like that dude's not hot.
Oh yeah.
Hooray! Omni's converting. Slowly, I'll get him to talk about bar gay furry shit with me.
I'm going to dress up as a half man, half animal next year and blow your mind, Julian, and then I'll also blow your dick.
That won't be the only thing blowing.
But yeah, do you guys have any thoughts or experiences you want to share about Team NT?
No,
I actually got to play. I actually played it with like someone else besides you guys. Believe it or not, someone else found out that I had it, and then they wanted to play, and they didn't own it themselves, so so some of my friends came over to play it, and we played it, and I got to be someone else that's not freaking Michelangelo because we didn't have that established already.
What I do?
I didn't say
not you, nigga.
Unlike Jacques can't finish he's talking. No, if you read the comment, you'll see what he's talking about.
I did read everything. It was like there's our sweet Julian. Unlike Jacques, can't.
No. You're reading that out of context. I remember when Omni said something about blowing. Scott and Omni were talking about blowing. Only thing that's not. Scott said that's the only thing that's not blowing. And then Bobby is responding to those sexual comments. Unlike you, who can't finish a blow. He's talking about the story I told about you.
Says you give bad head.
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't give bad head. He gave up halfway through.
Well, speaking
like
of
he was
head,
a quitter.
Well, speaking of head, let's make some headway on your list. What was the next game you wanted to talk about?
For me, Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythm Festival.
That did come out this year for you, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And I fucking love it. I love all the Taiko no Tatsujin games. I'm happy that we're finally getting pretty much all of them that have been coming out in recent years.
Yeah, the recent ones. We're not going to go all the way back to 2003.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be... Well, actually, recently we got the Switch remasters of 2 of the DS games, but yeah, like, it's really cool. I love rhythm games, especially with a bunch of licensed music. So the Taiko no Tatsujin series has just been one of those things that I've actually fallen in love with and enjoyed playing. I bought the whole season pass DLC so I could get all the extra songs and everything else. And there's some great anime songs on there. There's some great Disney songs. You've got like the Star Wars theme medley, the Indiana Jones theme medley. Like some random J-pop that's just fantastic. Linda Linda is a fantastic song. If no one's ever heard of that, it's something you should definitely listen to on YouTube.
So,
along with RPG, that's a fun song.
For people that aren't aware, Taiko no Tatsujin is a rhythm game that's sort of famous in Japan in arcades because you'd have physical drumsticks you could use on a drum controller.
they did release a version in the West for the Switch one that had the whole drum kit that would attach to the Switch. I did not buy that, but
technically they haven't released a Taiku no Tetsujin game since the early 2000s. Back when we were like, I remember we were in.
It's had a bit of a renaissance.
Yeah, we've got the Rhythm Heaven recently, along with the Adventure Series 1 and 2, which was the remaster of the DS games, and then Rhythm Festival. So we've gotten the most recent 3 games. But yes, they localized it back in the day, where it was Drum Master was, I believe, the English name for it at the time.
Taiko Drum Master.
And then they added things like ABC from Michael Jackson. And
that was in every rhythm game.
They threw in
cheap songs that you can get money.
Yeah, the Pokemon theme song, like, and the Poke Rap, I think, was in it and stuff like that. It was nice, but it was very kind of like how Elite Beat Agents was a localized version of. God, I'm blanking on the actual Japanese name, but it's another Japanese rhythm series that I also very much love and have been buying a lot of. But yeah, like Taiko no Tatsujin, if you like rhythm games and you like hearing some Japanese music, it's fantastic and well worth your time and money.
Was there anything that made this version of the game different, like new meters or combos or characters, or was it just another like port?
It wasn't a port. This one was actually a new one. But it is just Taiko no Tatsujin. There's a bit of a story mode that you unlock by completing songs. So like every time you complete a song, you fill up a little bit of this meter, and then you can use the meter to continue story, so that you can play through the actual plot line, just by playing through the random songs that you want to play through. It's a lot of fun. It's enjoyable. There's a lot of great costumes. There's this one does have more online stuff than pretty much most of the other ones. I don't use it, but there is like battles and things like that you can do online with friends or co-op, which is kind of cool.
You may have mentioned it, but I may have missed it. Did you use a controller or did you use the drum set?
I personally used the controller. Okay. I didn't buy the drum set, and you can use the DualShocks as the drum, like even in the air without hitting anything but I use buttons.
Oh, not the DualShock, but the Joy-Cons, right?
Or Joy-Cons, my bad.
Yeah,
I mean, the tongue, but yeah,
it sounds fun. And you recommend it? I mean, it's on your. I
recommend it. It's a nice way to kill some time. The way I play Taiko no Tatsujin in general is it's just something I pick up, play for an hour or two, and then stop for a while. You listen to a few songs, you have fun, playing the rhythm game, and then go, okay, that's it, and then move on, and then pick it back up later.
Nice. Okay. So Taiko no Tatsujin, Rhythm Heaven. What is the next one on your list?
This one, other people might have something to talk about with. Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Ooh. I totally forgot that game came out this year. I never even touched it.
Yeah, that was one of those front-loaded games. That came out in like January or February. It came out very early in the year. And yeah, I very much enjoyed it. It's Kirby. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, it's Kirby. It's got some new forms. It's got some new mechanics. I think you should play through the game on the harder difficulty. If you've ever played Kirby games before, you'll find that to be kind of more the standard. If this is your first Kirby game, don't be afraid to play on the easier difficulty though. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. It's enjoyable. I got 100% in the game, and then that's it. I stopped playing it, and I don't know if I'll ever pick it up again, and that's why it's number 8, not higher on the list.
Now, something about this game was when it was first announced, they put it in a very mysterious, enigmatic trailer where Kirby was in a very 3D photorealistic world rather than his usual game. As more trailers and stuff came out, there was more traditional Kirby graphics and enemies and playlists. From what you played, how much of it was more of that current, more real world look, and how much of it was traditional Kirby look?
it felt more traditional Kirby than anything as far as the looks and the designs. Like, there was a few things that are like, oh, that's trying to be like real world. Like, you go through like a dilapidated mall or something like that. But at the same time, most of the other levels are just like, it's a volcano level. It's a grasslands level. It's, more of just, yeah, this is just a normal Kirby area. So I would say it's probably 75% more Kirby and then 25% like, ooh, Last of Us zombie apocalypse shit.
And the gameplay, because it from the way
Oh,
the
the
trailers show
gameplay is
it.
just straight up Kirby. Like it's straight up
when I
just
play,
normal Kirby.
I don't play as many Kirby games as you guys do. For my experience, it's usually flat 2D platformer. But from the trailers and stuff that even I'm
I
playing right
mean,
now, it
it's
feels more like Super Mario 3D World than traditional Kirby.
Yeah, but that's also kind of the direction Kirby's been going in the past. Like Star Allies was very much similar. It was the last major Kirby game, and it felt very similar to Star Allies in the way it played like that. Because it also had that kind of open, not quite open world, but open level concept, I guess you can call it. So to me, it just like that was not really too different than a normal Kirby game, like because that's just how Kirby has evolved. So that's just the standard now. It's more that what they added was like powers leveling up. I would have liked from use and not just that you find a hidden scroll and then go, purchase the upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a new feature along with like the whole things with the car, where he like sucks up the car and still has the wheels. That was a new feature, and there's a few different abilities like that, like the ladder and such. So they innovate with different abilities such as that versus the actual like gameplay felt more like a traditional Kirby, or at least what a traditional Kirby is now, if that makes sense.
Yeah. How are the new powers though? Are they worthwhile like additions, or did it feel like leveling
Um,
up was superfluous?
no, I felt like the level ups were. I mean, there's always going to be those powers in the game where you're like, wow, that's pointless and stupid. That's just how any game with a bunch of powers is going to feel. But I feel like overall, most of the powers felt like upgrading it meant something. Like I use sword a lot and hammer, and upgrading those felt like, holy crap, this is actually stronger and better than the previous version. And you could go back to any of the previous versions as well. The upgrade wasn't permanent. You could choose in the shop which one you wanted.
Oh.
Because some of them were with the upgrades, they were more specialized. So if you wanted something different, like for instance, the bomb would become maybe like a homing bomb. Okay, well if you don't want homing bombs and one to actually throw in a specific arc, you'd go back to the normal ones. It wasn't just as straight of an upgrade as like, nope, it does more damage. It was just it has an additional feature.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
For people that like me that don't play a lot of Kirby, would this be something to recommend, or is it like more just for Kirby fans?
No, no, this is very easily a good recommendation for a first Kirby game. Um, like I said, you can play on the easier difficulty if you need to. There's no shame in that for your first Kirby game. Um, I would recommend the harder difficulty, like I said before, for anyone that's played Kirby games before, because the other one's probably gonna feel a little too easy to you. But like absolutely, this is a great recommendation for a first Kirby game.
Perfect. All right, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. What would be on your list?
The game that literally came out like a week ago, River City Girls 2.
It got up on your list very quickly, huh?
As soon as it launched, it was on my list. Like, there was no way in hell that game was not going to be on my list. Um, like they would have had to fuck up so hard. But yes, River City Girls, the sequel to, or River City Girls 2, the sequel to River City Girls. A game which I love so much I even platinum trophied it, and I will be trying to platinum trophy this one if I can figure out what some of the trophy descriptions actually mean, since they don't tell you how to actually get the trophies. But it's a side-scrolling beat 'em up for anyone that doesn't know, with RPG elements. So you kind of level up, and as you level up, you're gaining combos and things like that. Your attack stats going up, your HP's going up. So the game it starts tough as balls, but as you are leveling up, it progressively gets easier and easier as you're going along. And there is no major repercussions for dying. The only thing is that you can either pay money to restart where you're at, like the in-game currency to restart where you're at, or you can go back to your nearest hideout for free and restart there. So you lose a bit of progress in the areas you were going, but that's it. You still gain all your levels and things like that. And then you can also buy healing items and things from the shops and accessories so that you can kind of outfit yourself to be more survivable. But
this game is a sequel. Do you need to? Would you want, for people that just wanted to get two? Would you recommend one anyway, or can you just jump in?
I would absolutely recommend one. The game does go through the plot of number one, like at the beginning of the game. It does recap everything, but I think it's more enjoyable since it is a direct sequel to go through the first game. You'll get a lot more out of the references that they make and things of that nature, and care a little bit more about the plot. But if you want to just dive into two, you can, since, like I said, it does recap the first game. But I feel like you'll be missing something if you do that. This one also has, what is it, 6-player multiplayer, which is really cool. So if you do want to play with friends,
are there that many characters?
Yes, there are that many characters, and you can choose from any of them at any time to play, even in the single player. Well, I take that back. You can choose from 4 of them to start with. 2 of them you have to unlock. But the first 4 you can choose any of the 4 characters you want to start as. You can swap between them as you will. The only thing is that levels don't carry over between them. They each have their own levels. So if you're playing as one character and you're at level 20 and you swap over to someone else, they are level 1. You know? So that is a bit rough. So pick the character you kind of like their playstyle and play as them rather than anything else. So don't go swapping around too much. Unless you really want to grind. I mean, that's always an option.
Well, grinding is my default want and need, so
yeah. So then you'd be fine.
But
yeah, it's super fun if you like beat 'em ups with a good plot. The plot's really just fun, enjoyable. The characters are funny. The lines and dialogue are great.
I do have a question, because I know you are averse is a strong word, but averse to multiplayer, like playing with other people online or things like that. Do you feel like you're missing anything from going through this game single player, or is it fulfilling even if you play by yourself?
Oh, it is absolute. Like, the single player is absolutely fulfilling by itself. I don't know how long River City Girls 2's single player is yet, because I haven't beaten it. I mean, it literally just came out.
Boy. I muted myself with Discord, so I wouldn't know.
But the first game was about a 20-hour solo mode.
Like a real roach, or like
so I feel like you're getting more than enough content just from single player, and then you can you can just multiply that from playing online with friends, like, and get even more playtime out of it and stuff like that. So it's not detrimental to play single player.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of just, the game's kind of single player with this really cool big multiplayer mode you can also play.
Sounds all right. I might actually wind up picking up River City's Girls because I think it's on sale on the PlayStation Store, so I might jump into that.
Yeah, I think the first one's like $15 right now.
That sounds about right.
The PS5 edition. So, very good game. I highly recommend it.
Okay. Well, I have a suggestion. How about we have you do one more game, and then we'll move on to somebody else. That way, it's not just you talking or one person talking for like.
That is fine with me.
All right.
Yeah, Julian will fall asleep.
What are you talking about? I have an entertaining stream while you guys were talking.
So I'll
what's
do
the
my
next game
last
on
one
your list?
before we get to my top 5.
Sure, sounds good.
This one got barely edged out of my top 5. That is Digimon Survive.
Ooh. I have stuff to talk about that
you were
game as well.
It's definitely entertaining stream. I see Bobby was like saying shake it. Were you shaking it for him?
Wow.
That's up for you to. That's up for you to go back and see.
Yeah. But no, Digimon Survive, super fun game. But it just barely missed out on being in my top 5. Like I actually really enjoy it, but I just haven't gone back recently to finish it. And that's kind of why.
Wow, you actually did shake it for him.
There. Yeah, that's why it didn't get in there. It's a great game if you're a fan of Digimon. It's absolutely worth your time and money. If you're not a fan of Digimon, I don't know if that's going to be the game that makes you a fan of Digimon. But I think Digimon Cyber Sleuth would probably do a better job with that.
So like apparently, we'll understand like a lot of what was it? Like there is a lot of debate in the Digimon community of what Digimon game, aside from the most recent one, the most recent one that everybody agrees on the most. But before that one, everybody would like no one could agree on what was like the best Digimon game, or what was even a good Digimon game, or rather a good Digimon game for good first Digimon game. And like because
apparently it is a very
it
is something that the
one of the having
having
played a lot of Digimon games, going back to the PS1 era, the problem a lot of Digimon games had is that they are hard as balls
and are not
a lot of the early Digimon games
to lean into either.
They very much expect you to have a mastery of mechanics that they're not going to explain to you. And then they also just decide, oh, you're in the starting area where you're level 1? Cool. Kill this level 7 monster. It's required. And no, we're not going to let you grind anything. Like, you have to kill it at level 1. Have a nice day. You can't do that? Well, then fuck off and stop playing our game.
Why don't you go play Pokemon, you baby?
It's like they tried too hard to be like anti-Pokemon.
Yeah, because like,
and they made it so I too difficult for a lot. Digimon Cyber Sleuth was one of the first ones that really broke the mold and was like, hey, we're gonna make it challenging with some mechanics where you can't just overlevel because of the whole memory system in your team, but you can, like, we're going to teach you the mechanics, we're going to show them to you, we're going to make sure you know how to use them, and we are going to give you options for actually being able to grind and get better through the game.
So I do want to try to steer the convo away from fandoms or like gossip, because we're going to go down a weird rabbit hole, because I actually do want to talk about this game a bit, because as someone who isn't that deep into Digimon, this game was a really big surprise in a lot of ways. From the gameplay to some of the story decisions to the style. Right off the bat, for people that aren't aware, Digimon Survive is a visual novel, a choice-based visual novel, wherein battling is handled through a grid-based, turn-based system.
Yeah, it's like a tactical RPG.
Yeah, so it's very different than something like a regular battler or even a more traditional like turn-based fighter like Cyber Sleuth was. Also, what I thought Jock was going to say, the big controversy that's kind of surprised me, they don't call them Digimon. Like, they're not digital monsters. There's something else.
That is not what
Kimonogami.
Yeah, Kimonogami. So
I didn't know about that. Actually.
Yeah. So play the game, losers.
Yeah, they are not called Digimon in the game.
But it's also interesting because when we played it, we did it on stream, and it was the one time that I played it.
And it's also, they went to school, but not the school that they normally go to, and not
She went to school, but not this school. She came from this. That was a very long bit. God.
But I wish I remembered the entire bit, but
the VOD is still on my YouTube. It's very funny.
Destroying my vocal cords.
Oh yeah,
it was, and voice characters in that.
And you were only there for like an hour and a half. Wow, we were doing it from the very start. It was a wild time.
It was a lot of fun.
It's because I was trying to emulate the usual Agumon speech, and it's like the way people actually voice Agumon and like things both in the fucking like the Japanese Agumon talk where it's like kind of raspy, and I'm like, I can't do that.
I wouldn't. I shouldn't
have done that.
I have the blessing of ignorance. I don't know what they're supposed to sound like, so I just did whatever I wanted.
No, it's not supposed to sound like. I just wanted to try it, and I shouldn't have done that.
The only person I know that has been through the game and not and multiple times at that is Umai Boy, and Umai Boy stands by the game. So it is on my list. It's not super high on my list, but I recommend it. Just know that you're getting into a visual novel with Japanese voices and turn-based tactical combat. But it's good.
Yeah. It is honestly very good. Like again,
right if yes, Bobby, you can
for anyone that wants
anytime you want.
Liked Digimon Survive and wants another Digimon game, the Cyber Sleuth games are a very good choice to go into afterwards. If you still want more Digimon after that is when it gets a little tougher. If you can seek out a copy of Digimon World Dawn and Dusk for the DS, they're kind of pricey, but they are really good Digimon games as well.
They're a lot easier than the other Digimon World games, that's for sure.
Umai Boy said that he beat the game 3 or 4 times, so that's a lot.
Yeah.
Some of the other Digimon World
I still need to. I want a platinum trophy, Digimon Survive, but
don't buy
I
Next Door.
Not gotten around to it yet.
Get a guide, skip all dialogue.
Don't buy Digimon World Next Order. Don't.
I'll never forget Digimon for changing Omnion's voice to his name to his Japanese one, so I'm gonna put that out there. But yeah, Digimon Survive was on my list. I also need to take some time to do it. Well, like we need to get together on like a Sunday or something and just record and just put it on YouTube or something. Just get through it. I think that'd be fun.
Oh, do we have a conversation for you after this?
Oh God. Yeah, Digimon Survive. I think that's gonna be the first half of your list.
Yeah, that is the first half.
Do either of you want to go next?
I guess I can go next.
You go next? Okay.
Go next and stop and actually focus on this instead of putting something for the stream to actually look at for 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. Here's my list. All right, first game on my list is technically not a game that came out this year, but I didn't play it till this year, so that's why it's low on the list. It is the Pixel remaster of Final Fantasy VI.
Hell yeah. Or any of them.
Haven't touched Final Fantasy VI in God knows how long. It's been a very long time since I touched Final Fantasy VI. Because I never owned it, and also like I was never going to get the iOS or PSP versions. Well, because the PSP version never came out to the.
There is no PSP version.
No, I'm talking about 5. I'm thinking of 5. Never mind.
There's no 5 on PSP either.
One of them came out.
1, 2, and 3 are the only ones on PSP. 5 and 6. 5 and 6 are on GBA.
Okay. 5 and 6.
GBA was the first time 5 ever came
iOS
out.
version.
Umai Boy confirmed GBA.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. 6 is on the 5 and 6 version. I'm thinking of is the iOS version.
There's an iOS version, but
where they smoothed out all the pixels and kept the puffy chest parts, like all of them having puffed up. And no, I wasn't gonna play those.
Before the Pixel remasters, the GBA version was the best version you could buy.
Yeah.
Well, at least for a reasonable price. Final Fantasy VI on SNES is
that
really fantastic looking still.
Last time I checked it back like 4 years ago, it was in the hundreds.
Yep, so, I have my copy.
But
I have that copy in English and Japanese, like the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo version.
But
I kind of like Final Fantasy VI.
At this point, if you want to play 6, if Zonak was here, he'd tell you all about it. But there's dozens of ways to play it. But the Pixel Remaster is a great choice because I also played through the Pixel Remaster this year, but instead of 6, I played 1. It's tremendous.
I just can't. My problem with 1 is it's just that
1. I still think the PSP version's the best one.
I've gone through the narrative of 1 in a different version of it, where it had a little bit more of a narrative. Well, technically, This is the same version that was on the PSP. This is the same version this is like the same, somewhat the same version of the PSP one, in my opinion, from what I played of one on the Pixel remake. But I'm not. But I played that last year.
I also thought that Omni was gonna be like, yeah, I played, Final Fantasy 1. It's called Strangers in Paradise.
We'll talk about that. Well, we may or may not be talking about that one later.
Isn't that Final Fantasy? Isn't that technically Final Fantasy 0?
We'll talk about it because it's an interesting game.
It really is. But...
if nothing else, I can tell you with 100% confidence, the Pixel remaster is worth it simply for the soundtrack. The soundtrack is so good.
If you do have it on PC though, it is a good idea to change the text.
Yeah,
like the English text does look pretty terrible.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with some of them because some of the ones that let you change the text, it kind of fucks it up.
All you have to do is delete the English text file and use the Japanese text file.
Yeah. So to sort of put that in a little bit of context, and because I did it as well, in the Japanese version of the game that you get installed, the Japanese version has English text, so all that you do is take the English text from the Japanese version and swap it with the English text in the English version.
Yeah, and it's just a better.
It's just
English.
Why do they do this?
The font.
Yeah, it's basically just a font change. But other than that,
anyway, back to me talking.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I continue.
Back to me talking. Final Fantasy VI, I never beaten it. Still haven't, even though I still haven't beaten the Pixel remake of it. I've gotten farther than I did in the original. Even though I already know the entire plot of it because I watched someone else beat the game. I've pretty much gotten to a good decent ways. Right now I fought the Doom train. That was fun.
Did you suplex it?
Yes, I did suplex the train.
Damn right. If you don't suplex the Doom train, what are you even doing?
Everything wrong. That's what you're doing. But yes. I got to do that, and then it's a very gripping story. To be honest, if any other of the Final Fantasy games need a remaster that actually like gives it 3D stuff, it's a tie between this game and 9.
9 was in 3D.
No. I'm talking about like with voices and everything. With the voices and everything.
Okay, I'm
like a voiced over game.
Like a Crisis Core overhaul where they had voices and update.
More like the 4 overhaul where it had like for the DS where it had voices at least.
They had voices in the 4. I had that one. I don't
remember.
The DS on DS it had the DS one actually had voices in it.
Fuck the DS Final Fantasy 4.
I remember the 3D.
You just don't like it because it's hard.
It's bullshit.
Well, yeah.
They made it bullshit.
Are you planning on playing any of the other Pixel remasters, or are you just? My boy said their voices are in the cutscenes. I don't remember. It's also been like 15 years.
Eventually, I'm going to get 2 because that's the only other. Because I've beaten every other Final Fantasy game except for 6 and 2.
Can I make a proposition then?
What?
I feel like we should wait until the Pixel remaster comes out on console, and we put the feeler out in our Discords, and we play through 2 together and do sort of like a game club. Like we'll all agree to play up to this part of the game or this dungeon, and then we'll come back on like stream or something and talk about it and just sort of go through the game together. Would you be interested in doing something like that?
I could do that.
Yeah,
because 2 is notoriously the worst Final Fantasy game. There's no personal taste in that regard either.
My boy said you also get a summon called Wit, whose face you drew on. And that was in Final Fantasy 4. I like 2. My boy said I like 2. See, that's what I'm thinking is like I think 2's reputation may be clouding some of our judgment because even I've heard
2's reputation.
I wonder if it'll
part
go
of that
like,
is just what they decided.
How they decided to have you level up skills and everything.
It's great on paper. It's just not.
It's not executed very well.
That's what I'm saying is like the experience may eschew how we think, and I'd be interested to see how that goes because I don't have any hard thoughts on it. I would look forward to it, but
I'd be even interested in joining into that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
I played 2 on PS. Anyway, I didn't play 2 till PSP, and it didn't fix anything. It just bad.
We'll just
I didn't like it.
We'll just play it. We'll play it together. We'll do like a game club and a Final Fantasy 2, and then just go from there.
Okay, so my next game on my list is a game which came out. I didn't play it till like 2 weeks ago. I did it for stream, but I haven't been able. But like, I played a little bit more of it since, which is Sonic Frontiers.
Ooh.
I
Yeah.
liked Sonic Frontiers. I enjoy what I'm playing as of now. My only issue is that I cannot play it on the television. I have to play it handheld. I don't get a lot of chances to play my Switch handheld because the camera the constant camera me moving the camera along with the speed, along with the looping speed in that one boss fight, that boss fight that really got me.
Ooh, my boy
if I didn't have to worry about that boss
disagreeing.
fight running on the screen with that boss fight going up and down and spinning around, that boss fight is where my motion sickness started. So that one boss fight is the reason why I got so motion sick. The rest, I started playing the game again and it's like, motion sickness is fine. And then also with it being the smaller screen, I can handle seeing all the spinning.
Right.
My boy said, "Yo, the Sonic controls like butter." I can't compare it to the 3D ones because this is the first 3D Sonic game that I played. I played 4 hours of it on stream. I got through the first land and got to the second one, which is a desert. I don't know if that's a spoiler.
Not really.
But
Not really. They showed up the desert.
I really enjoyed it. Like, I have nothing really bad. And Zonek was in the stream with me, so he gave like a little clarification on stuff, and we were able to shit on Amy together a little bit. He actually, I like Amy in this game, but I had questions, and I was like, she used to not be as fleshed out, but she seems like a much more rounded character these days.
Well, that's because Ian Flynn's writing her.
The only bad part was the 5 mil pinball. I don't know what that is, but I'll get to it.
The only part I got it Sonic Frontiers for Christmas, so I've played a little bit of it. The only thing I don't like is that the jump kind of just cancels out the dash.
Mm-hmm.
And that bugs the shit out of me because it kills all my momentum.
Yeah, jump as soon as you could be running at full speed.
Like you're holding down dash, and then you jump, and then you just stop. Like as soon as he hits the ground, unless you immediately start dashing again, you're just standing. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't remember that problem.
I might be spoiled because of all the I might be spoiled from all the other games.
Like when I used to play like Sonic Generations and stuff, that didn't happen. So
yeah.
I was just very like that's my only major issue. I did also complain a little bit about the soundtrack. I feel like a lot of the when you're in the levels, when you're in the levels, the soundtrack's great. When you're not, to me, it's just too ambient and just too
my biggest issue.
Like it's not bad. It's just, am I gonna remember it when I turn off the game? No.
Not really.
To your point about the jump, my boy said he doesn't have his charge dash. That's why. I don't know what that means. But in response to your criticism on the music, I do agree. The level music and the boss music especially was so hype. But it's just kind of quiet while you're exploring. It's very much.
And then also the levels are so. It's like, why did y'all? It's like so we took.
I feel like this game meant to be Sonic Generations without being Sonic Generations. Like it meant to be like a celebration of Sonic history. Mm-hmm. Since I'm just like, oh, it's literally like I'm playing through Sky Palace from Sonic Generations, and I'm like, oh, okay.
It's like because at the point where I got to, it's like
I'm excited.
This is classic Speed Highway.
Yeah, and it's like I'm excited. I love it, and I know that it's a purposeful design choice. It's just I feel like this game was meant to be like an anniversary title in that,
and also
to celebrate Sonic, but it wasn't marketed like that, which was weird to me.
And these 2D side-scrolling stages are not that great. It's like they still have the problem.
Those yet, so
I like them.
It's the problem. It's the same problem I had with It reminds me of classic Sonic from freaking Sonic
Generations?
No, shush, not Sonic. No, Sonic Generations. He's perfect.
Sonic Forces.
Sonic Forces. It's the same. It's like
I actually didn't have.
It's like
issues.
I didn't like the classic Sonic stages in Sonic Forces. It was so. It's like It's like a lot of like a couple. It's like it was compared to the other two play styles. His was the weakest. And it's just like it's like the whole. It's like the music in between those stages are great. It's like maybe if they could switch places and then kick out the 2D side scrolling stages, I'd be fine with this game.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot more. It would have been a lot better on my list. But as of now, it's kind of middling. I guess.
I didn't have any issues. The only real complaint I had about that game that it may have been addressed by now through patches is just draw distance and pop in. It was very overt, and I kept calling it out on. Like, you can go back and fast forward through my stream,
having
but I was
played
calling
just
it out.
recently, I didn't really experience that.
Yeah.
I can't really tell because I'm playing handheld, so it's hard to notice those things.
Yeah, on my monitor
I didn't notice
and on PS5
draw distance issues in Pokemon until I actually played it on the television.
Yeah, it's very much there. Even in trailers, to an extent, like I'm playing through them, you can see like, oh, the ramp just pops up in the air out of nowhere, or like a skyway thing pops up.
Like I said, I didn't really notice that in like the 3-4 hours I played of it recently, so that might have been patched.
If you go,
or I just might not have gotten to certain areas where it's a bigger issue.
Yeah,
because I'm still in kind of the beginning.
My boy said if you go top speed, it's kind of bad, which I believe because I really think it can or cannot be optimized, and it's going to stand on its feet. It's just something that I think at this point can't be denied. It just it needed.
I mean, what'd you play it on?
And that's probably why I haven't experienced it either. Is because I can't go top speed yet.
And it's
Scott, what did you play it on?
I'm playing on PS5.
Okay, so I'm the only person who owns the Switch version.
Yeah, and it's precisely why I've been saying since last year I always get a little less excited when there's a trailer or an announcement or something, and it's like for PS5 and PS4 because some way somehow it's being held back by the last generation. I feel like if there's a Frontiers 2 or whatever this team does next, where it's just built for current gen and PC, a lot of those technical issues will be alleviated, I think. Because
it's the same when it's for
that's true.
Xbox Series S and X.
I was about to ask though when it's for Xbox Series S.
Yeah, when they start building on Unreal 5 and start getting rid of all the memory limitations and all that stuff, like these games are gonna pop like crazy. So it's not on my top 10 list, but I do want to put more time into Frontiers.
Oh, they already have some games that have come out on Unreal 5. That's one of the reasons why I need to get a GPU upgrade.
They kind of have. Because there hasn't been a full game on Unreal 5, but there's stuff like Lumens and some other tools that are based in Unreal 5. The only one that's close to is the most recent Fortnite update. If you play it with the option on, you'll be playing basically in Unreal 5.
One of the games that that I have on my list was like, the big thing was, this is developed in Unreal 5.
Apparently Fortnite is in Unreal 5.
It could have been, but I doubt it's playing with all the tools. Because did you play the Matrix Unreal 5 demo? That was incredible. There has not been a game put out in full on like that. Not yet. I think Kingdom Hearts is going to be, but we're having a tangent. What was your next game, Julian?
My next game is a game that is another remaster re-release. It is Persona 4 Arena Ultimax.
Ooh.
And got that. Sure. Going through it again reminds me how much I love fucking Persona 4 Ultimax.
P4U.
P4U.
This is the fighting game, right?
Yes.
It's the second fighting game technically, but it also includes the story mode for the first one.
Yes.
So you can just play Ultimax.
Yes. I still main Yosuke. It's like I picked the game up, and then once I got the groove back in, it was like I never stopped playing it. I still enjoyed it. I haven't played that game online as much as I used to play the other one. And it was an experience playing online. I won 3 out of the 7 matches I played online. The other 4 were complete and total domination of me getting my ass handed.
That's still pretty good.
But also I was playing against someone I knew who was the 4 matches I've lost against were someone I knew who is a fucking fighting game crazy person who actually goes to tournaments and shit. So
anyone I know?
No. No, because you don't pay attention to BB tag stuff.
I'm trying to find a good video to put on my stream. I'm just gonna put on.
I have random royalty music going on in the background.
Trailer.
Right now we're on funky music.
I'm just gonna put on
royalty free music in the background. But Yeah.
Wow,
it was
there
fun.
is
It
a
was fun
lot
getting.
happening on screen. What the hell is this? Burst meters, cards. You've got meters in the bottom. Some girl has a dog meter, a Shiba Inu meter. There's hundreds and wow, there's a lot happening. This looks fun.
That's no. Actually, the dog is part of the blue
Yeah.
shirted kids thing.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I figured.
yeah, and then it's like my second favorite character. Oh, sorry. Well, actually, that's my third. My third favorite character to use is actually the girl who's with the
dog
with
has a
microphone
persona.
I love Rise.
Oh yeah, he's from Persona 3.
That's that's
Does he have a
Kanamata.
scouter? Oh no, he has sunglasses. Wow, that dog's cooler than I'll ever be.
Yeah, he has to have the glasses
and wings, like that one cat from Card Captor.
It's a little onesie that he has on.
It's so weird.
Or like a little jacket.
He has a little jacket on.
Yeah,
and the dog, and also you can put like glasses on the characters for like funsies.
Also, fuck Ken. Just gonna throw that out there for anyone that knows.
Scott doesn't like him because spoilers for Persona 3, by the way.
Don't spoil.
Don't spoiler. Don't spoiler. Don't do that.
Just know that fuck
Scott
Ken.
doesn't like him.
Okay.
Scott doesn't like him.
Let me so
Fuck
just
them
to be
kids.
just to be clear, this is an older game. It was re-released.
Yeah,
this
it was
year?
a PS3 game.
Okay, it was a PS3 game. It's on your list because this is a fighting game that you really got into, right? Like that's.
Oh yeah, I was really into this fighting game. This might have been the only fighting game I was actually like really wanting to get good at for a while before once again the constant need of having to actually keep playing it stopped.
Also, the supers are instant kill.
Yeah, the
Like,
supers
from
are
any amount of health, they are instant kill.
Yeah, but pretty much you still have other like attacks that you could use that technically people would call like normal super attacks in other games. Which my favorite one is where I pretty much just do this like where I like juggle you in the air as Yosuke, and then it randomly sends out like a dozen like a dozen fucking kunais at you all at once, and it's awesome. And it's really juggly. It's like maybe that's why I like it, because I have to practice my Tekken juggling bullshit.
So I have a question, and this is going to require a little setup, so bear with me. I played a bit of cross tag.
Well, this gameplay is annoying.
Yeah,
God, look at
are you watching
doing the same thing over again?
Are you watching my stream?
Yes, I'm watching it for like 2 seconds. I'm watching it. I was watching it for a second.
Yeah,
but then I was actually looking at the fight and I hate it.
Yeah, well, I have I do want to. I have a little bit of a preamble here. I played a bit of cross tag, and the story mode in there was pretty bare bones. It was just cutscenes and voiceovers, and you just move forward. When I was looking for a trailer to play on stream, I did see there was like full-on story modes for each character. Is that more in depth than like a Street Fighter story mode, or is it just like standard? Just
you play. Wait, you said you played BB Tag story mode, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, just static figures standing around while they're talking to each other.
Here's the thing, though. The Persona 4 Arena and Arena Ultimax are canon sequels to Persona 4. They are 100% the actual sequel to Persona 4, and the story mode is very long, very text-heavy, and very plot-heavy. Like, it is the sequel.
It does not give a shit about if you're spoiled or not.
Yes. It is highly recommended to play through Persona 4 and actually Persona 3 before you get to that, because it will spoil the fuck out of both of them.
Because Persona 3... Like, the Persona 3 spoilers are light. Oh,
yeah,
but
it is
in Ultimax,
sequel.
Persona 3 spoilers everywhere.
Is it like a static visual novel, or is it choice-based story visual novel where they can go different routes?
Well, it has a couple choices in it that affect a few things, but usually like it doesn't change like majority things for you to get to the end of it, unless you like pick some pick some completely stupid sounding answer. Where it will like completely change how something goes, and it's like and it's not gonna go on some long comedic tangent like fucking like Blaze Blue does, which is super annoying. It's like, oh, I made the wrong decision, and suddenly I went on this long ass funny boy haha tangent, when it's like it's not that funny because it's that Japanese style humor, and it's like done through fucking character standing and fucking random bullshit. I'm listening to it in English, and it's not very good.
And now Akihiko, and I was like, I know that guy. I like him in Cross Tag. So
yep.
So
and the other person they're using is my fucking like
Yosuke
is my main. Yes,
yeah, he looks cool. He looks a little annoying, but he looks cool.
He is very annoying.
I hate
like his
personality. Oh, he's doing the attack. I'm like, woo!
But yeah, no, it's a very good game. Just I do recommend if you're gonna play through the story, like actually play Persona 3 and 4 first, which are coming out in January on modern console.
Which we'll probably talk about later.
Yeah.
How many games do you have on your list, Julian?
That's 7. So that's 2. That's 3 out of the 7.
Okay. Do you want to turn over, or do you want to go over one more game?
Let Jock go, I guess.
All right. Jock, what game? What? However you want to do it.
Okay. What was it? Let me see. I'm gonna try to put this in some kind of order here.
Okay.
You had time.
He's doing it.
Give him a chance.
He's been screaming for over an hour.
I said, like, look, I'm not putting into an actual order. Just like I just don't want to put the stuff I like at the beginning, basically.
Or you're gonna bitch about, because I already know which one of the games you can talk about on here incessantly.
So what was it? So I guess I'm gonna put TMNT at the bottom because that was one of the games I played this year, and what was it? It was fun. It wasn't really much wrong with it. So it is. I just don't have a lot to say about it, which is why it was at the bottom.
It was the perfect beat 'em up.
Yeah,
I probably like it more than some other games.
It honestly
on
is
list.
like a really fun game, but it was a fun stream.
I probably like it more than some other games on this list, but because I don't have a lot to say about it, and Scott has already said most of the things there is to say about it when he had it on there, there was no point.
Yeah, we all did. That was sort of like the opportunity to talk about it. That's why I talked about Frontier so much at the time.
Yeah.
So
but
then,
it's here, so and now you know that.
Yeah, for sure. For Team NT's on your list, Shredder's Revenge is a good game. If you haven't played it, pick it up.
Still wish it had free upgrade.
Next game I have on my list is I'm going to go ahead and throw Horizon Forbidden West on here.
You son of a bitch. You
Why are you so
dumb motherfucker.
Why are you so mad?
How dare you?
You probably just took like one of Omni's top 3.
Why do you love Horizon Forbidden West? Did you finish it?
What do you mean love? You say love like he wasn't bitching about it the entire time.
You can only love it.
Halfway through it. I got more than halfway through it though, but like I didn't get a chance to finish it. I actually did like it. It really felt like more of the same from Horizon Zero Dawn. With a bigger map and better graphics and some more abilities. I will say this though, but this is mostly because like another game that was on my list was coming out super soon. I really was trying to run through that game to try and beat it before the other game that came out a week after it came out, and because of that, all the I do remember experiencing a bit of anxiety from all the things that I had to do at any given moment. It was you have all these missions that you need to do, right? And then I would try to ignore some of the side missions, and I would be too weak. Would it end up being too weak for a main mission? So I have to go do the side missions and stuff. And then the clock was ticking. I needed, so.
Why are you beating around the bush?
Don't worry. I'm gonna go ahead and bring all this together. So let me know when you're ready for me to take over, Jock.
Okay, Jock, why are you beating around the bush about how many times you were complaining about how stupid it was?
What was it? Like I said, what was it? I actually enjoyed the game for what it was. It's just what was it? I'm putting here because I didn't really I didn't get a chance to finish it. It honestly, something would probably be higher up on the list. But I'm gonna let Omni, when he's ready to talk about Horizon, dive into it, and I can just, if there's anything further I wanted to elaborate on, I can chime in there.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about it now since it's been brought up.
Okay.
So for people that aren't aware, Horizon Forbidden West is a sequel to Horizon on the PlayStation 4, Zero Dawn. Mm-hmm. So this game takes place after that, wherein Aloy has found that there's a large corruption happening across the world. And as she gains more information, she finds out that the corruption is spreading much faster than anybody anticipated. And as you play through the game, you find out that the corruption is much more dangerous and much more difficult to resolve than they originally thought. It brings it expounds and elaborates on some ideas that were presented in the first game and creates a whole new situation for her to resolve. And her in the first game, a lot of it was her proving that she could stand on her own, where a lot of the world that she was in put a bunch of emphasis on communal gatherings and family dynamics and things, where this one shows how she was able to establish herself, but now she's realizing that she does need some of those connections to succeed. Otherwise, she was going to fail. In terms of gameplay, it is very much like you said, where it feels very much like the first game, but added to a huge amount. As you get farther in the game, there are new ways to play and new things to do. And the machine variety is greatly expanded. It's really fun and really dangerous. That being said, it is a chore. It is a grind to get through some of those fights. They are so intense and so difficult. And they only get worse, Jock, because they only get worse. Some of the monsters they give you a if you watch the trailers at all, you know that there's a giant snake, and the snake you encounter very early, and then it's a long time before you start getting into the bigger ones. If you're playing the game and you're just
actually got to the point where you fight the snake again, and
yeah,
I got your giant snake right here.
I recommend that if you're just curious about it, you don't want to learn how to tag parts or harvest or do all the grindy stuff, just put it at a lower difficulty.
Bobby Julian beat you on that.
Yeah.
Maybe he beat. I read his comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess it just popped up late for me because it literally just popped up when I said that.
And I will. You won't have to wait long.
That being said, in addition to that, the voice cast was incredible. The soundtrack is incredible. The graphics are incredible. I was playing on PS5. Loading times are impossibly better than the first game. It's so good.
That is the biggest improvement from Zero Dawn is like the load times, bro.
I got a big improvement for you, right?
It really made like just jumping jumping between maps and stuff, or jumping with fast traveling on a map, super easy, bro.
Oh, it's so fast that it's done. Like there were dozens of times literally, and I put hundreds of hours into it. Well, maybe like 120, something like that. I put a bunch of time into it. There were times where I would just be looking at the map and be like, when is this gonna load? And it was like, you're already there, you just gotta press OK to close the map. And I was like, motherfucker, it's already done. It's so good on that.
That's overkill. I don't need that.
The ending. No, I'm serious. The ending.
Julian's talking about something in Soul Calibur.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about
it. Without going into any spoilers, I don't feel as fulfilled I didn't feel as fulfilled by the end of this one as I did at the first one, because
That's what I heard. I had a friend that beat it, and he was like straight up disappointed.
It's a fun ending, but it doesn't. Instead of wrapping up loose ends, it very much sets things up for a sequel. It does leave the world open for you to continue, and I did play more of the game after finishing it, and it is
knowing about the threat of this game. I'm like, what the fuck is a sequel going to look like? I feel like there's no way they can make a sequel to this without jumping the shark.
This game kind of jumped the shark, and I talked about it on stream, because for people that aren't aware, I played through the entire story on stream. I did spend hours off stream grinding and leveling up and getting new equipment and doing side quests and stuff. But when I was on stream for sometimes 8 hours a week, I would just be going through the story and powering through that. And it took me a while, because we're going to speak now about the meta of the situation. This game got cucked. It got royally screwed over. It came out early on in this year, in a time frame where it had steep competition, and it did it unless
honestly, the funny thing is, and you know that the developers from the reaction wholeheartedly thought that they were going to be able to win that exchange.
Some of them, and like that's understandable, right? Like I want to address that
fools.
as well, because like
fools.
you put your love and your time and your blood and your sweat and your tears into something. This is undeniably an amazing game. It is. Is it a masterpiece? No, No. There are it uses old gameplay. It uses I don't want to get into it too much, but it's not
praising this game, by the
yeah,
way.
yeah, and I am, but it just got royally screwed.
It did.
There
It
was no
really did.
situation where, and it happened when the first game came out, because if you remember, the first game came out when Breath of the Wild came out, and
Oh
Near
yeah.
Automata came out. Like that, those two, and this game came out. I was eating, like I was stuffed full. I was being served, and
Yeah.
it
You know
was
what's funny?
tremendous.
I did not play Breath of the Wild because I don't have a Switch,
Hmm.
and I didn't was it? And I didn't get to Near Automata until I think a little after it came out.
Hmm.
So I got my hands on, like, I was one of those people that was playing Zero Dawn, like one of the only people playing Zero Dawn. It was me and my friend JC,
And
and
me on
we were both like,
states
man,
away.
like this is right. This is before I knew you, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
we were both like, man, this game's freaking awesome. Like,
It's really
why
good.
is no one else talking about this?
It got
What the
overshadowed. It just
that
did.
you think he owned a Wii U either? I had it on the Wii U.
I can only imagine that
I
Horizon 3
also had it on the Wii U with
I,
all of the DLC.
Yeah,
I
I didn't get
have
the
a Wii U.
DLC.
I can only imagine how sad it's gonna be when Horizon 3 is announced, and it's gonna be the week
Horizon
of,
Zero 3.
and it works, and it's gonna come
Yeah,
out the week of Starfield
it's
and
going all the week of
Red
like
Dead
Bloodborne
Redemption
2,
3, and it's like nobody's gonna
Bloodborne
notice
2.
Horizon 3. Yeah, exactly. It's just out of nowhere. It's gonna be so
No.
unfortunate.
I'm gonna tell you when it's gonna come out during. It's gonna come out literally when like Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out,
Yeah.
and no one's
Oh,
gonna
you
know.
are
No one's gonna
just
say shit about it.
dead, bro. You're
And
dead in the
fucking
water.
Breath of the Wild 2 comes out.
Yeah, we'll talk about Breath of the Wild 2 later, because that's 2023 pending. But yeah, I
Yeah, they say
absolutely
it's coming out in April. We know it's gonna be. We
I
know it's gonna
absolutely
be.
adored Horizon Forbidden
Come
West.
on.
The ending was not as satisfying as I wanted, but the gameplay's tremendous. The sound, the graphics are amazing, and it's so rewarding if you get good at the game. Because I was good. I'm not gonna sit here and say I can do speed runs or anything, but I played through the entire game on normal, and normal is not easy by by a
No,
very
it is not.
literal mention.
No, it
It's
is not. I don't remember what difficult I played on, but it was like the lowest I would have played on was normal, and
uh
it was not easy.
Yeah, story I think is after I finish the game, I'm gonna say something that you may impress or not impress you, but may convince you to do it. But I put it on story mode after I finished the game, because I was just doing some last achievements to do some achievement hunting, and you don't have to, like, parts don't aren't destroyed in story mode. So for those of you that aren't aware, I'll give you an example. There is a machine that shoots fire, and it has a big old tube of like flame liquid on it. If you blow it up, it hurts the monster a lot, or the machine a lot, but then you can't collect that material because you blew it up. So you have to fight it without the huge advantage if you want to get that piece, and you have to do it multiple times if you need like 4 or 5
That's
for a
like,
single upgrade.
those deer. That's like those deer things, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, they have their own parts as well, but if you play it on story mode, you can blow them up and they'll still be there. It's much easier to farm, so I
Wow.
recommend it on.
Okay.
Yeah, it just, in addition to lowering the health, it does make part collecting a lot more rewarding. So do that if you want. I recommend it. Maybe some people don't like the style of game. Maybe it's honestly a huge game. It's huge to a fault. There's too much to do. There's too much to upgrade. But if you're into it, you're curious about it, wait till it's on sale, pick it up, give it a shot. I recommend it. And that's what's going to be, the talks are going to be like for my top 5 whenever we get to them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're slowly just whittling
Yeah,
away.
you can also play Horizon Zero Dawn for free if you want a PS5.
Yeah, play it.
You can, yeah.
Then
I
Jock,
recommend it. Horizon Zero Dawn is a good game.
It's a tremendous game.
Yeah. What was it? The next game I have on the list is, you know something? Because I had issues when I was streaming this game, because this game was, at least for like on Xbox, it was terribly freaking optimized. Like, holy crap! But this is actually one of the games that that was supposed to be
Crackdown
utilizing Real
3.
Engine.
Oh God.
No. Let me freaking pull up Xbox so I can actually like make sure I'm reading the actual name and not just saying, because it's part of like
And
a
that you also
franchise
made
of games.
sure that it actually
Yes,
came out
it came
this
out.
year.
It came out. Yes, it just came out in fall. That it
Okay.
just came out in the fall. Yeah, I already knew that for like right off the bat. Like all the games on the list, I like, there was 2 I had questions about, but all the games on my list came out this year, and only 2 of them are really questions.
Ever since we started like all of this, I literally have lists on my phone of like games I bought this year, just so that at the end of the year I can be like, oh yeah, that came out this year. Like, oh yeah, that was this year.
But was it yeah, the Warhammer 40,000.
Oh,
40K.
I heard about that. Yeah,
40K.
Everybody calls it
40K.
40K.
There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
40K.
Really?
Yeah, there you go.
Really? You played Warhammer?
Is it Dark
Yes,
Tide or what's
Warhammer.
the one you're talking about?
Dark Tide. I played Dark Tide. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think you streamed it like within the last week or two, right? A couple times.
Yes, I did stream it. And that was the thing that I was having issues with. I was streaming it with Mega. I was streaming with Mega and his crew, and both me and Mega were like having issues because of how it was optimized, and like Mega had to drop down the PNG tubing. However, this game was fun. It reminded me a lot of like Back for Blood from like last year, in a way, but it had like a lot more interesting stuff, and like a lot more like the enemies were more like threatening. The what was it? The attacks were more interesting. What's up?
Take a step back. What is Warhammer 40K Dark Tide as a game?
Yes,
what is it?
Please, because only Warhammer I can think of is the RTS. You know, the one with the overhead view and everything that I don't see Jacques actually being into.
Of different games.
Oh no, okay, so was it? It's an FPS actually, basically, like FPS. That's the best way I can describe it, right?
Yeah, just
it's also like left for.
Well, let me ask you some questions to sort of expound on that. So it's a first-person shooter. Is it team-based?
Yes, it's a team-based first-person shooter. It's a lot like Left 4 Dead.
Okay, Left 4 Dead style. Do you fight like unlimited waves of enemies, or is it like 4-on-5? Like
Is waves of enemies.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Is there a story, or is it arcadey like Overwatch, or what are you looking at?
There is a story. There is a story. It's very loose, but there's a story there, and it's interesting. One of the things, if based on what you pick,
it's loose, but it's a story. That's what she said.
Please stop talking about my sister. All right, that's not fair.
Oh wow. Anyways, freaking yeah. So what was it? It's interesting because like depending on what you pick at the beginning of the game.
Jeez, these hordes are crazy.
You can you can change your personality up, and it's interesting because I wasn't really paying attention to that, right? I was just trying to get in the game because Mega and the group, or they already was playing and they started streaming, so I was like trying to get up in there, right? And I just picked some stuff and I went in, right? And my character was such a bitch, dude. It was like he was like that one guy that. Like, he was like that one guy's. I don't think this is a good idea. Like,
so you're saying it was,
right? Was like, but like here's the thing: you start off in prison, right? And like both like me and the Mega were like both. What did you even? What would a character like you even do to get into prison, right? Because like, and then they looked at my clothes, right? My clothes were blue, and they say, well, that means that you said something negative about the Emperor. But what? You're such a bitch. What would you say negative about the Emperor? We came to I was going to change it because my character annoyed me, but then we came up with this whole storyline that, I said that, what was it?
Emperor ain't got no game.
I said that I don't think the Emperor is that bad of a guy, and because it wasn't like devotion, they threw my ass in jail, even though I'm the biggest bitch. Like, we came up with this whole narrative. It was pretty funny.
So I want to interrupt for a little bit because I have the game going on my stream. Like I have the trailers playing. My boy asks, "Is that Warhammer?" Yeah, this is 40,000 Dark Tide.
40K.
40K. Is this game, when I'm seeing the gameplay, it looks more like Call of Duty Zombies than it does Left 4 Dead because it looks like there's objectives to do as well. Is that something there? Is there something to that?
Never played. Probably. Yeah, there are objectives and stuff, but I've never played like Call of Duty Zombies, so I wouldn't be able to like tell you the like
on a scale of 1 to Apex.
Like, what it's like.
Scale from 1 to 8.
Are these arena based levels? Like you choose a campaign and it goes all the way through, or is it like one long narrative and you can replay levels?
You can it's like it's a narrative and you can replay levels.
Okay. And I do like the idea that because I know you had a whole tangent and anecdote about it, but essentially what you were saying is that there's great customer characterization and you can role play on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I think Lag and I were interested in this game, but we just got busy, so we never picked it up. But I might wind up picking this up. I just don't have time to play it too much. I can stream it though.
I would say
because I have a 3080.
I would be interested.
You can't stream this on your 3080, Chuck?
Oh my god, I'm going to fucking stab you. But what was it? Well, now that I have a 2080 Super,
okay.
Jerk, I'm thinking about
almost stream it.
I'm thinking about going back and checking it out, but at the same time, like Mega, who I was streaming this game with, shout out to Mega, by the way.
Shout out Mega.
Like he I'm pretty sure he has like a 3080 and he was having issues because it'll for no reason just start like taxing the CPU, and I have a good CPU. Like there's no
it sounds like the game just wasn't optimized in general very well. Like
if I can go on a quick diatribe, just remember my PC is not like a $8,000 monster, but it's a bit of a beast. Like I've got a 7th gen i9 and I've got 64 gigs of RAM. I've got a 3080. Like I'm pretty sure I could run it and stream
you can run it. You could run it and you can stream it. It's just like
but it does look pretty heavy if we're being honest. It looks like a Gears type heavy.
It's supposed to be the game that was like it was supposed to be developed on what was it? On
Unreal 5.
Unreal 5. Yeah. So if I understand, this game is developed on Unreal 5, and that was like one of the issues that was like causing my PC to just not like it.
It's a lot. It looks like it's a lot.
Yeah, but the game's very fun.
It looks fun. It looks fun. It looks like Doom, but mixed with COD Zombies. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah. So next game on the list, an indie title, Nobody Saves the World.
Oh yeah, it's on a lot of people's list, I think.
Yeah, like Nobody Saves the World was a fun game, fun dialogue. I didn't get around to beating it, and I really wished I did. I'm gonna be honest, like I got to a point where like I have to grind, and I don't want to do that. I didn't want to do that on stream, but I never really get around to like playing it outside of stream.
Okay.
So like that's the reason why I haven't beaten it. But yeah, I'm just kind of stuck on a few things. I have 2 indie games on this list. The next indie game I'm probably not going to mention for a minute because I'm definitely going to have it above another game on this list.
So tell us what Nobody Saves the World is. I've got trailers.
Nobody Saves the World. It's a top down like adventure game. I guess it's
actually let me find different trailers.
The old Legend of Zeldas.
Yes, it's a lot more like the old Legend of Zeldas.
It's exactly like the old Legend of Zeldas in a way.
Yeah, but it has like really like fun and quirky dialogue, and some of the best things about it is how you can like get different abilities and mix and match these abilities and stuff, and turn into different by turning into different creatures. It's like you can turn into a rat, you can turn into a horse, you can turn into a fish. Was it not a fish? A turtle. And there is a hilarious clip that I uploaded of when you turn into a horse, you fall in love with another horse, and it is funny. It comes out of nowhere. Like I would definitely like recommend like talking to as many NPCs as possible.
My boy has an interesting question. Is it like Legend of Zelda or roguelite or both? And if it's rogue, is it roguelike or roguelite?
Legend of Zelda.
I would say roguelite, if anything.
No, it's more Legend of Zelda than it's more.
It's more Legend of Zelda. It's more Legend of Zelda, but the reason why I would say is roguelike or light is there are these dungeons, there are these like castles, and when you go in them, and when you die, they randomize the way they look. when you go back into them. So you can't just like memorize certain things, you just go through them and come up
But
with
you
a tactic
don't
to go
lose
through them.
anything.
So
Yeah, but if you don't die, you will get you can it won't change.
Okay.
But if you die, it'll change the way the castle is.
So
And I think that's
Legend of
right?
Zelda, but like random dungeons, right?
Yeah.
Now, from my understanding as a gamer, the difference between a roguelike and a roguelite in broadest terms is a roguelite is a complete reset, and a roguelite, like a light switch or a light meal, you keep permanent upgrades that you take on different runs. Is that the case, or is it a roguelike where it resets everything?
You take permanent you take permanent upgrades. Yeah.
Okay.
So I would
It's
definitely say
more like Legend of Zelda.
roguelite because it's more like
It's,
Legend of
it's
Zelda
just
because
more like straight up
when you're in the
Legend of Zelda.
overworld, yeah, the only thing that's
A
kind
ro-
of roguelike about it is the dungeons being randomized.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks fun, and the gameplay I'm looking at, you play as like this little mouse with these big teeth.
Yeah, so was the you're actually this like little like dude with like his just completely white body and bald head, but he just transforms into all these other like he uses magic to transform to all these other different creatures, and you come across a bunch of quirky fun characters that are just absolutely ridiculous. These freaking come across these crackhead fairies that give you upgrades.
I'm gonna be honest. This
Um,
game looks very fun and very charming.
yeah,
It's
it
also on
is
sale
very
currently.
charming.
So if
It is
anyone
very
wants to,
fun and
or at
very
least let me
charming.
double check that it's still on sale.
Like,
Because I know it
definitely a
was
game
recently.
that I want to revisit.
God, I need to. I
Definitely a
need
game I
there.
want to revisit.
This was not a good indie year for me. I need to get Tunic. I need to get Stray. I need to get
Also,
this.
and it's also
Tunic was a
Uh,
co-op.
game that I wanted to
yeah,
was another game I wanted to play.
Nobody Saves the World is on sale currently.
Nice.
So
It's
it's
also co-op.
$16.24, 30% off right now,
Ooh, this game looks hard at times. Wow, that's a
along
lot of
with the
enemies.
DLC.
Yes, this game is hard at times.
Does it have multiplayer?
Yes.
Yes, that's why.
Ooh, that's
Because you can
fun.
play it multiplayer.
That was the thing, and that's right. I was gonna try to get I was trying to get Julian to play it with me, but he never did.
Well, because you
That's
stopped
right.
asking.
I need to. Yeah, I need to pick this up. I feel like early next year.
Nobody Saves the World and Tunic are both on Game Pass. I know
Yeah.
this.
Other than one game, I know for sure I'm getting early
I should
next
play
year.
Tunic. I never played
My
it.
front load of 2023 is going to be
should play
light, so
Tunic. It's a good
I'm
game.
gonna play more indies.
Yeah,
Huh.
I mean,
I didn't realize it was
Souls-like,
from
right?
the creators of Guacamelee.
It looks charming.
No, looking at it
Nobody
now,
Saves
I
the
see
World?
that.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Looking
I
at
was
it
reading
now,
the
it's a
description on
game.
PSN. But
Well, I didn't know you could summon I'm looking at the Omni stream. I didn't know you could summon a fucking tiger. I need
Yeah.
to check and look into that shit.
There's a lot to
Because you
this
didn't
game.
get very far. You didn't
It
get
looks
very,
good.
because you stopped
yeah,
playing and didn't get very
Chuck,
far.
there's also
bitch.
DLC that's on sale.
It looks fun. It looks
Oh,
very
we
fun.
get farther,
DLC
bitch.
with it in.
The DLC is
Yeah,
$4.
this is a game that I'm gonna try to finish up next year, especially since the fact that like I was thinking about because like a lot of times what'll happen is I'll start streaming a game on the Lazy Gaming Guys channel, and then I won't play again for a while, and then
Or at all.
by the time it's for this start by the time it's time for me to start streaming again, I'm like moved on from that game or whatever, or like I don't know where I'm at anymore or whatever. So I'm thinking like I might start finishing up some of these like single player stuff on my Twitch, but I'll see.
I'm
That's
sorry to
what I was
interrupt.
thinking about doing.
On my
On the
screen,
Twitch.
there is like he's going into a boss fight, and one of the enemies was like a Nosferatu hyena. Like this game looks really fun and really dumb. I'm very excited to play this. It looks really good.
Yeah, no, it is a very fun and dumb game. I love this game.
Yeah. I do
what
want to
was
ask at this point, how many games do you have on your list?
9.
9? Okay. Do you want to do
Yeah.
one more game and then I'll take my turn?
Yeah, sure. What was it? And here's a game that I honestly would honestly would like looking at because it's been a while since I touched Nobody Saved the World. So looking at it, I what was it? Realized that I really like that game more than I remembered. But the next game I have is Overwatch 2. I mean,
you motherfucker.
Oh, Jock.
You son of a bitch.
Jock. Stop taking Omni's games, you monster.
Has anyone touched Sloasta? I watched some streams of that game. It looks great. I don't know what Sloasta is.
I don't know. I never heard of that. Yeah.
Is it about slow moving pasta?
Okay, you know what?
Moving on.
You know, this time we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip over. Well, not skip over. We're just gonna talk about it when Ami wants to talk about it.
We can talk about it now. It just means that my top half is gonna be a little bit less I'm just gonna talk about. You just talk about it now.
Yay! Let's talking
Chuck's
from Omni.
front-loading
We
your
don't
list,
need more.
much like
we don't need
this
Omni
year was
talking.
front-loaded.
I don't think he's gonna have my other games in his back half. I'm pretty
like
sure.
I said, we don't need a lot of Omni talking.
So, what is Overwatch 2, Jock? Let's see if you can do that.
About
Overwatch 2 is
the sequel to Overwatch.
Is a sequel to Overwatch. Yeah, it's a sequel to Overwatch, and
that's in the stream.
That's pretty
you know, a game he never played.
Yeah, I never played Overwatch because I never really I didn't have money for it when it first came out, and I didn't and I didn't care enough when I did have enough money for it because like at that point it was late into the game, the meta was already kind of set. But it's
also
like
pretty toxic at the end.
And then I heard about the toxicity. So
it still is. What are you talking about? Right? You just have more options not to pay attention to them now.
No, they definitely did a lot of stuff.
I think Overwatch 2 is a lot less toxic than Overwatch 1 was.
It's a lot like they did a lot of stuff. But you know what? Here's a major thing that you probably didn't know, Julian. In order for me to even play the game, I had to put down my actual phone number.
The fuck?
Oh, Activision is an Activision thing.
It's attached to like the account that I played on is attached to my actual phone number. So if I am so I'm a toxic dick on the game, they have a link directly to me.
They call you up and be like, "Hey, cut that shit out."
So I'm gonna take over a little bit then. I did play. I'm trying to find some gameplay. I might just have to find a streamer so I could put actual gameplay on screen.
If only you saved your own streams.
Man,
you can go to my VODs.
You don't want to see that. Well, I'm trying to sign stuff with like without streamers, just like
you can go to your own VODs.
Yeah, or my own VODs.
He's like, let's not pay attention to our gameplay. You know, we're terrible.
Also, I want to show. I want something that sort of shows off either Junker Queen or Sojourn or Kiriko. Oh, you know what we could do? There's a YouTuber. If you want to get better at playing support, watch some of Awkward's streams. He does these educational unranked to GM plays, and they're very smart. They're very good. So I recommend this gentleman. His name Awkward. He's on YouTube. So we're gonna show a little. He's playing Kiriko on my stream. So Overwatch 2 is a sequel to Overwatch, obviously, in the broadest terms, but it makes a bunch of changes and adds some heroes that really change up the way the game is played. The big part of this is that it went from a 6v6 to a 5v5. They took out one of the tanks, so now you normally play 2 support, 2 DPS, and 1 tank, and that really changes how the characters are aggressive, how they utilize their kits, how you sort of adjust to dive or hold, because you don't have 2 shields anymore to protect everybody. You kind of have to push and be a lot more aggressive. For Overwatch 2, the 3 big characters that sort of came out were Sojourn, a DPS, Junker Queen, a tank, and Kiriko, support. And they've adjusted a whole lot of the gameplay with their kit. Junker Queen was in beta, and she was way overpowered, and they underpowered her like crazy at launch. Kiriko is still really strong. Sojourn is still really strong, even though they've gotten slight nerfs. But the game is really fun. It comes with a caveat, though. Other than, obviously, if you play it, you're going to play with toxic people like me. Famously or infamously, this is the one game that brings out the worst in me. I hate who I am when I play this game, but I can't but I can't stop playing it. And
yeah, but Jock, you're awful. You're an awful person.
Joke. Like, what was it? Shut up. No one asked you about me. Anyways, freaking.
You two introduced our first paywall character. Damn cucks.
Yeah. And I've spent some money now. I'm not above that.
When I was it? I was mentioning this earlier, but we were like looking at the Game Awards, and they were talking about Overwatch 2. They showed like the girl who was like talking about it. She was playing like on a computer. She was smiling, and I just like looked to my friends who I was like watching it. I was like, this
is a blatant ass lie.
Yeah, she's not playing Overwatch 2. Nobody smiles when they're playing Overwatch 2.
Nobody smiles when they're playing Overwatch. This is suffering.
Unless you're Battle Mercy and you've been nanoed, you're not smiling. Even then,
yeah,
you're panicking. The game is incredibly fun. If it's wild how good and it's so subtly difficult, because you can come in with like the best shooting ever, and like if you look at somebody like Shroud, who is arguably the best first person shooter in the world, He made it. He took him a while to get good at the game, longer than I think some people were expecting. Because there's a bunch of game sense to it. You got to know what the other players can or can do.
This game is literally an FPS only in name. I would say because there's just so much of it that's just like this is not an FPS.
Yeah, like did this person use their ult? How close are they to their ult? Well, how can you get a sense for that? Are they pushing main? Are they going off angle? Did they swap to sniper? Are they all snipers? Is there a dive
compensating for their
Are
tiny
they shield? Yeah, I'm always compensating for my tiny penis in this
Can you
game.
keep count of how many times I heard somebody yell something in a language that I do not understand?
Yeah,
and that was dead.
is there angry Japanese yelling? Are you high?
Japanese?
Are you close enough to a wall?
No, sir. Koreans. Angry Koreans.
No, not
No,
it's
dude who yells in
Hanzo.
Japanese.
Yeah, it's
No,
Hanzo, Genji, and fucking Kiriko. They're
I thought you were talking about in game speak.
And then
Oh no, I'm talking about in game.
No, in game the character will yell something in their language, and then you need to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah, you need to be ready for it.
You know, freaking you hear like yelling in Chinese. Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
fuck out of Dodge, or you're gonna be frozen.
Yeah, is Nano Blade there? Are we gonna get grabbed? Is like, how are we gonna play this? And then the worst part of it all,
characters can't run. So if you don't have a lot of mobility, you could just be a sitting duck when the character decides. When you hear that, you'd be like, I have nowhere to run.
yeah, like if you're and that's another thing is it adjusts the way it's very rewarding if you learn how to play the game. If you learn to Ana can't move, you play far away, you play it off angles, you hide behind walls. If you play as somebody like Kiriko, who's also support, you run up, you hit them, you distract them, you teleport out as soon as they look at you. Like you always have your stuff on cooldown, you always have your stuff ready, and there's so much to learn. It's so fun, but it
She's
makes
one of those
me
don't touch me or I'll come
so
characters.
mad. Yeah, she's very fun, she's very strong, but man, she's tough. Like the
May
game
still
is
waifu?
tough. May has always been waifu, but she's not my waifu. Oh yeah, also
May is waifu, bro.
yeah,
like,
all the characters are hot.
Fucking love May.
You're not gonna find one character on the roster that people don't want to fuck. Even there are people that desperately want to fuck Roadhog.
She's chubby, but she's
people.
cute chubby.
Damn right she is.
I know those people.
She's
want to
chubby
fuck
in all the right
Yeah.
places.
You know, but I, as an intellectual, diverge into another direction. I want to fuck the robots.
Yeah, yeah, fine. There are people that want to fuck Bastion.
She wants to fuck Diva's bot.
Arisa.
No, my dude. I love Bastion.
Yeah,
I actually have art of Bastion.
that's so. I'm not surprised. That's
They
fine.
give him a lizard cock.
I don't. Okay.
A robotic lizard cock.
There is.
I don't know. Well, because the person who makes it was into fucking lizard furries. Okay.
All right, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
I do want to make a caveat for people that are interested in Overwatch 2. It's free. It is multiplayer only. It's traditional Overwatch, just like Overwatch 1 was. But eventually, there will be a PvE with an actual story mode, in which case we'll probably revisit this game again. Because that mode, I feel, is going to be unforgivingly difficult. Because if you've played any of the event PvEs, the easy ones are pretty easy. The normal ones get surprisingly tough. And the hardest difficulties, only the top players in the world finish that. Like, it's so hard. The PvE is so difficult.
Those damn tournament players.
Ooh, my boy said lizard furries? You mean scalies. And then he put on sunglasses and revved up his motorcycle.
He's not wrong. That's what they're called.
Yeah. Accurate term is accurate. Wig whoop.
I highly recommend Overwatch 2, especially
the furry. Let's be real.
If you have a kind of friend,
they are.
They don't have fur,
are also the furry.
Yeah, but horses have hair. I guess they'd be hairies.
No, they're just still furries. No,
Whatever.
They're Marys.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. I don't want to have this conversation anymore. So.
Well, too bad. We're having it. Welcome to the Lazy Gaming Guys, everybody. We have weird conversations about sexy shit.
Any last thoughts on Overwatch, Jock?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting game. I kind of see what the hype was about it when it came out. And it's weird. I did not like think that would be a game that I put as many hours into as I ended up putting in.
You're telling
me because you're easily influenced by
after streaming with you. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, what was it? Mega kept asking me to stream it with them, right? And I'm like, I can use the content, you know.
And you're like, I'll do it because I'm easily influenced by others to do this.
I was like, I can use the content, and then eventually, like once I like had been playing for a while, I was like, I seem to have become invested.
It's good.
You know,
It's good.
yeah, because
Also,
I literally was just playing it for content at first.
One last bad note: the shop is way overpriced. I have money and I'm irresponsible, so I've bought skins. But
so what you're saying is Jacques shouldn't be playing.
I want that.
I
that
don't
skin
have money,
you
but I'm
have.
irresponsible.
Juicy
So.
Sojourn.
Yeah,
You're the
so-
last
I
person
want
needs to be
free money
playing.
for the game.
You're the last person needs to be playing anything like Overwatch. They
I
feed off people like you, sir.
Yeah, I have a Sojourn skin that like shows off her ass, and it's incredible.
Yeah, dude. I want that juice. I
there's
also
probably
want
some
that
sexy
juicy
May outfits.
Sojourn ass, but no. Yeah, May has some like good looking outfits, bro.
God damn it, no. God damn it, no.
Like sometimes you just try not to be a creep because you don't want to stare at like your teammate like at the beginning of the game.
You just admitted to it.
Yeah, I turned around and like I turned around and saw Jacques looking at my ass. It was pretty amazing.
Oh, dude, it's so juicy.
It's very juicy.
This man has a girlfriend.
It doesn't mean anything. He still can play the field.
Listen to how thirsty he is.
Okay, then if that's everything, I think I can start going on my list.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat a little bit on my first choice.
I already did so.
Yeah.
Wow.
The game that I put so many hours into this year, but actually came out last year, but I'm defending this decision because version 1.6 came out in the fall when it dropped concurrently with the Edge Runners anime. I'm sorry to say, Cyberpunk 2077, the version 1.6, the Edge Runners update.
How did I not see this?
This game, if you played it at launch,
it'll also be on the list next year when update 1.8.
You're goddamn right. 1.8.
You know what? Don't even.
At 1.81, they added one new skin and changed the dialogue option.
The expansion's coming out next year, man.
Like only with your excuse, I could have put 14 on this list, but I didn't.
It's gonna be on your list at the end of next year too, then.
Probably.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
See, I resisted playing the game that I continued playing on this list.
Yeah, but to be fair, FF14 is technically a live service game. So
Final 14 was also like
whereas
an expansion.
Cyberpunk
literally a whole meme
last year. The expansion came out last year, and
I want to explain.
The meme was just this year, then. Okay.
Yeah, I want to explain this.
No, the meme was last year.
The meme
people definitely making that meme at the beginning of this year.
No, people continued the meme because the freaking expansion came out late.
I'm gonna sort of explain how this all came about because it is a game worth playing. When Final Fantasy 14 can't hold a candle to 13.2 is what My Boy said. We're not gonna have that discussion right now.
I'm not gonna get into his horribly bad take with him right
now. So when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, there was a whole bunch of controversy because it wasn't as stable as people wanted it, and it was unplayable on last gen consoles. In my defense of the game, I played it when it launched. I played it on PC. You should have played it on PC. It should have never been released for the old gen consoles. This year, not only did it come out with updates that are stable and are playable on the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, right? That's the new Xbox?
Yeah.
Okay. On both of them, which I highly recommend playing if you've been avoiding. I think Cyberpunk is on sale on the consoles at least.
It is not currently.
When the anime Edge Runners came out, it concurrently dropped with version 1.6. This added a bunch of balancing changes. It added new weapons. It added new items. It added a new quest, I believe. And really balanced out a whole lot of, or not balanced out, it fixed a lot of the bugs and glitches that appeared. Is it still a perfect game, or has it reached a perfect game?
Is it still a perfect game? Yes.
No, you'll still run it. But it is significantly more stable. If you avoided it, if all you knew was the memes and you didn't want to do it, I highly recommend you take a step back, give the game a shot, either on PC or the current gen consoles. I cannot, in good conscience, recommend the old version. Play it on the new one. It's a great story, great characters.
And a PC if you've got a decent enough PC.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just kind of wanted to do
really
the Cyberpunk.
Like Jacques 2040 probably wouldn't handle it. He needs a 3080.
Oh, shut up! But freaking Well, when what was it when he would Omni said that earlier, I just kind of wanted to do the freaking
Hold on, I want to change the real quick.
cyberpunk meme. Just like, is it still a perfect game?
It never
Yes.
was. Yes.
Should you play it again? Yes.
Absolutely.
Just like with the
Did it make
music.
it better? Yes.
Yeah. It's a tremendous game, and the world is so full of life. I highly recommend it. I can't recommend it enough.
Come.
Yeah, get it now on current gen consoles on PC, or you can watch one of my VODs where I played a bunch of the game.
Chill.
One more thing that I'll add is because I after like being it 2.5 times, kinda, I decided to start adding mods. The mods are great, and the thing is, it comes pre-built with nudity, so like it isn't just a bunch of nude mods. There's actual good mods, stuff that adds flying vehicles, that adds vehicle combat.
Although they edited out part of the nudity after the first, in like literally the first update.
They add a bunch of
cowards.
They add a bunch of new cyberware in the mods, and they
Jacques, no.
One of the ones that I'm interested in taking is a full game balance change. Like they. And also next year it's Phantom Liberty, I think, is the expansion that's coming out next year. So look forward to that because I'll be playing more of this game when that comes. Also, if you watch some of these YouTubers, they do incredible runs like this dude right here. It's insane what this does. Play Sandevistan with blades, you'll fucking feel like you're in an anime. It's so good.
All you had to say. With Jacques is that there's nudity in it. Now he's all. And now he's all.
Yeah,
always
they got rid of the vaginas.
That was what I was laughing. That was what I was laughing
What's
about.
the point then?
They're there. You just can't look at them when you're running around the world.
Think about freaking like.
But
Omni was like the best part about it. It was it comes, and then I was just cut that.
It comes.
Death comes.
Just put that clip at the end of the video.
About Cyberpunk.
That is one thing about Overwatch 2 I heard that they took out. They took out the thing
where comes?
Where fucking where freaking Reaper says death comes. He doesn't say death comes anymore.
Is Death gonna just be edging forever now?
Julia just be like, yes, daddy.
Oh, I know exactly the clip I need to find for this next video, for the next game I'm going to talk about. Well, yeah, that's my talk on Cyberpunk. There's nothing I can say that hasn't been said by a bunch of people on the internet, other than I'm not a complete hater like a bunch of people on the internet. I absolutely love it.
I think most of the hating of it is like people who haven't played it at this point and are just going off of what happened last year.
Yeah. I mean, overall, Cyberpunk's kind of fun.
Which I don't my kind of people being mad about it last year.
Cyberpunk is literally just Cyberpunk Skyrim. That's what it feels like
for me. Like it reminds me a lot of like GTA and stuff, and I just don't really do well with GTA.
It's not GTA. Believe me, it's not GTA.
It's not.
How dare you insult Cyberpunk like that?
I mean, I've only played like 7 or 8 hours, but it's not GTA.
So yeah, I recommend it. Grab it if you can.
Or don't. Not your parents.
The next game that was on my list was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which we've already spoken. It's been on 4 of our lists. Have we all added that to our list?
We all have it on the list, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, shit. 4.
I just didn't say it. Because there's no point in being redundant because I knew Omni had it.
Yeah. So the next game on my list is a very popular one for Omni streams. The game itself is fine, but I had to add it to this list because this year in particular, it really, really made a difference in the content that I put out for many reasons. Mario Golf Super Rush. I only played it on stream.
That drunk stream.
And I only played it
so
drunk.
Much fun to watch.
I've only played this game drunk. I haven't touched a single minute of it outside of this goddamn stream, and I got so wasted. I have footage of like an old stream of us playing
it. I streamed it too, didn't I?
I don't.
I didn't do it drunk. I just didn't do it drunk.
Be while you're talking about this one.
They got rid of Big Nat.
I did stream this game. I just didn't do it drunk. Because I streamed it when it first came out, and I got bored, and I got rid of it because I just didn't think it was worth it. It was worth keeping.
I have it digitally. I can't get rid of it. So
the drunk rules that we had were very simple. You take a drink before every swing, and then you drink once for every for your score.
Stroke behind par, wasn't it?
Yeah, stroke behind. It's we
It
got
was so
blasted.
bad.
And also I had my channel points on for people to give me
Yeah,
drinks.
I
had
remember
to
also like spamming so many
you were a
drinks
fool
for you.
for doing that.
Yeah, I had to raise the price because I had to do like 75 redeems. It was insane. It
You
was
are a fool for
yeah.
doing such a thing.
It was some of the
You were
funnest.
asking for alcohol poisoning.
If you
It
can
was
go,
so great.
if you look through my YouTube channel and go through the live streams, find the golf ones with me and Lag, and we are just blasted out of our mind.
His liver was begging for mercy.
I literally did that thing where I was like, all right, I'm gonna take this swing, and I moved the control stick, and I and I moved what I was supposed to do. So instead of swinging towards the hole, I swing into water, and I just had to drink for every single swing. It was incredible how drank. What I said, I drank along. I died. Yeah, we were tremendously screwed when we did that. If I can get Lag to free up some time at some point, and I do a drunk stream again, then we'll do it again. But man, this game is incredible.
Fools. Absolute fools.
Yeah, what a tremendous experience. All right. The next game on my list is one that I need to finish, but of the bit that I've played, it has impressed me a lot. And it is a game that I'm going to be putting on stream right now by the name of Bayonetta 3.
Yeah.
Bayonetta 3
I still need to pick that up.
is because I got through about halfway and I was like, I really want to play the older ones again and play through them. And I started playing Bayonetta 1 again. Bayonetta 3 is much easier than the first game, but it is way
the first game's
way crazy. Oh yeah, it's
bullshit.
It's very difficult.
First game is such bullshit sometimes.
So in Bayonetta 3 is a weird one because I can't really talk about the story without doing major spoilers because it doesn't make sense if I don't. But it's a story of Bayonetta. And there's some multiverse shit happening, and some of the scenarios are crazy. One of my favorite things, I actually interrupted LGG stream to bring this up. You play as Jean in the special gameplay mode, and if you find the super power up, she does a Sailor Moon Power Rangers transformation, and then you're invincible and have like unlimited attacks for a while. It's incredible. Also, you summon Godzilla basically, and you have a Godzilla fight with one of the monsters. It's so wild.
There is no way for you to talk about Bayonetta, talk about the actual story without spoiling it because it's just so like expected of you to actually have played the other games before.
Yeah, and then the weird part is like, in a way, you don't have to have played the other games. It stands on its own, but also requires that you play the previous ones. It's really weird. Bayonetta's crazy hot. The costumes are very fun. The world is really good. The gameplay hasn't changed too much. It's still not a first person,
third person.
It is third person, but there's another character action game. It's a character action game. It rewards you getting actually good at the game. It rewards you learning the playstyle, learning the systems, learning the weapons. The monsters or the enemies are interesting and difficult. The gameplay changes really regularly. Oh my god, the dog from Astro Chain. Yeah, there's a bunch of what's the company that made this? Platinum. There's a bunch of Platinum game references in this game. So if you're an eagle-eyed,
cool.
Yeah, and you know the games, you'll see some stuff that's really fun in there. I recommend getting Bayonetta 3. I need to finish it. I'll probably play more of it on stream. The gameplay does change pretty regularly. So one time, at first, you're doing a fight where you're on the side of a build. You're on a boat and it's being. You're on a yacht and it's being lifted into the air. Yacht. And then the next minute, you're on the side of a building fighting a wolf man. And the next thing you know, you're sliding down a giant spider towards a bunch of skyscrapers. And the next thing you know, you're in an open world. And the next thing you know, you're Godzilla. And the next thing you know, you're in like it changes and there's variety. It's so good and so fun. I need to. More people need to play it. And then I think there's not a whole lot to say about Bayonetta 3 without doing spoilers. I'll go on to my next game, and then I'll kick it back to Scott. Well, hold on, I'm finding a movie real quick. I could also put this on one of my streams because I streamed this. Well, it's a game that was exactly what I wanted, but also I wish that I would have wanted a little bit more. Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights. Yeah, I got it on the PC. It's a fun game. It's really good in terms of gameplay. Nightwing, Batgirl, Robin, and Red Hood. Well, I guess I'll set up the story. Batman's dead. He's very dead, and his allies and his enemies are both affected by it. And in the power vacuum created by a city without Batman, the Court of Owls comes out of hiding, and you playing as his proteges come together and try to stop what they're doing before it gets any worse than it already is. The gameplay is really good. The characters feel different. It's not Arkham. It's not in the Arkham Asylum universe. None of them, not one of the heroes is as well-rounded as Batman was in the Arkham games, but they all feel really good. There's some weird glitches in terms of like your collectibles, but otherwise, it's a pretty solid game. None of you played Gotham Knights, right?
No.
Doc did, I think.
I was kind of disappointed that like my favorite of like the Bat family isn't there, so.
Oh god, I'm doing it.
There's no Cassandra Cain.
Oh, she's not there. Yeah. I didn't know she was your favorite. Yeah.
She is. She's also hot as fuck.
There's sort of hints that more Bat family characters would come out if there was a sequel, but yes, the proteges, the characters in this game that you focus on are Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin,
makes sense
Red
that
Hood.
it's the main like 4, but yeah, the game's on sale right now for $35, and I'm debating it, but
the game holds up.
I'm debating whether I want to wait till it goes down cheaper next year sometime, just because more time will have passed, or because I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I streamed it a couple times. I put about 70 hours into it. The only real negative that I can say about it is the post game is very grindy, and it's sort of, in my opinion, poorly designed. It relies a bit on RNG to sort of give you an idea for the legendary equipment that you can find or earn or build. It requires certain materials. The only way you can get those materials is by doing side missions or side quests, and they're like checklist quests. So you have to do a very difficult hostage rescue, or you have to do a very difficult takedown, or you have to defeat this many very difficult enemies. The problem is that as you play through the game, they aren't always there. It's RNG what you'll get on any given night, and if you don't get it, you have to go to the next night, which would be easy, right? But they're all hidden unless you do stuff to find them, or you actively travel the city and look for the crimes. And if they're not there, then you wasted time finding them. Then you have to do another night where you have to do it all over again, one way or another.
Sounds kind of annoying.
Yeah, and then you have multiplayer, but the problem with multiplayer is that if you need a very hard hostage rescue, if you go into their world and they have one, it won't count towards your world. Your earnings are only based on their world. So if you need a very hard hostage and it's there, it won't count towards your world. But if they have a very hard beat up Talons and it's there, then you'll earn towards their reward and you'll both get it. So it's really RNG, it's really grindy. It's not the funnest thing in the world, but getting there is very fun. Also, the costumes look incredible. They went all out designing the various costumes for all the heroes.
That's cool, at least.
So, I put 70 hours into it. It's honestly something you can beat in like 20 hours. The platinum isn't that difficult, honestly.
Did you go for it?
Yeah. The problem is that there's collectibles, and I didn't want to do it. So yeah, but it's very doable. And you have to make some legendary armor, which is a little bit grindy, but you don't have to make full-on legendary for every single character or nothing. It's like make one legendary suit. It's not difficult. But yeah, Gotham Knights. I recommend it. It is probably the first legitimate 2022 I'll pick on my list.
Yeah, the first real 2022 pick.
Yeah, Bayonetta 3, but I didn't beat Bayonetta 3.
Well,
so.
yeah.
Then yeah.
Some of of my games yet. So.
Would you like to take over?
So my number 5, I think I'm gonna just do a quick mention of it because I know someone else is gonna want to talk a lot more about it. So we'll talk. I'll also talk more about it when we get to that point, and that is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
I knew it.
Yeah, that made it to number 5. I'll talk why it's only at number 5 later, but I know a certain someone will be a lot more excited to talk about it.
I don't know idea what you're talking about.
So we'll skip it for now. So I'll move on to my number 4.
All right.
And that is going to be Dreamlight Valley.
Disney's
Dreamlight Valley.
Only number. Whoa. Only number 4?
Yes. It is only number 4.
Shock.
There are 3 games that are ahead of it. Jock's still MIA. He said he'd be right back, but he wasn't right back. But no, Disney Dreamlight Valley. It's really fun. It's Disney Animal Crossing. And it's one of my top played games of this year in my top 5. Like I play it literally, almost every day.
Every time
I skipped I think like 2 or 3 times, but it's so much fun. If you like Disney characters, if you like Animal Crossing in general, there's a lot of great things about this one, and it is early access, so there is a lot of issues that get resolved, but also you might have to wait a little while for them to get resolved. For the love of God, please don't buy this on Switch. Don't. Do not buy the Switch version. Buy it on PC, buy it on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X, S, Xbox One. Buy it on one of those. Do not buy the Switch version.
It's the Cyberpunk of Animal Crossing.
Every time I see update notes, they're always like, "We're still working on the Switch version," or "This is still on the Switch version," or "The game crashes on the Switch version." It's always the version that still has issues. It's always the version that takes longer to patch it because of
I'm
how
back.
the Switch is.
God damn, that chick got a fat ass.
Yeah, all the girls I've mom booties.
Yeah, but yeah, overall, Dreamlight Valley does have a lot of things. You just have to keep in mind, like I said, it is early access. For a while there was a glitch with Elsa where you have to finish a quest line with her to be able to destroy these giant ice blocks, and one of them's blocking her house. But she can actually go through it and end up in her house, and you now are locked out of the quest because you can't destroy the block that's inside of her house, and she's now stuck inside of her house. That one is fixed now, but that was a thing that for a week, 2 weeks, people had to deal with. You just couldn't finish the quest. So there's things like that again you do have to put up with because it's early access. But they also let you know, hey, going into it, you are buying an early access game. The game, from what I understand, will be free to play once it actually releases. Comes out of early access. The early access is mostly just, again, access to play it early, and you also get a certain amount of the in-game currency that you use for their version of season passes or battle pass or whatever you want to call it, so that you can kind of get or unlock more of that stuff like that as an included bonus. But yeah, you're just fishing, you're collecting materials to craft furniture, doing some planting and harvesting of fruits and vegetables, and cooking, and talking to your Disney characters. That's it. Doing quest lines for them, increase their friendship.
I'm this person to stop shifting their hips like that.
It's pretty distracting. These asses.
Are you doing Bayonetta videos?
No, it's Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, you can make Pixar moms.
Yeah.
This person made a pic. The person that Omni has up right now has made a Pixar bomb.
Yeah.
And freaking what's this wizard's name again?
Merlin.
Merlin himself looks very interested in her hips, bro.
Yeah.
Like, look at the way
As he should.
he's looking at her, bro.
Her eyes are
As
dead
he
as
should.
hell, though. They have like no life in them.
I mean, dude, it's like it's literally like a fucking Disney kid in their 30s whose life didn't end up as magical as they wanted, and then and it ended up getting isekai'd here.
If you keep dropping
not quite the plot, but
I don't
it's
need you to talk about me like this.
How wrong am I?
it's more that you're back in your imaginary world from when you were young, but at the same time you also are there because of, like, you know, the world is kind of shit right now, and you've gone through a lot of depressing shit, so you went back to your hometown, and then fell asleep and ended up back in your old dream.
Feel like you just said the exact same thing I said.
Bed. Yeah, you have a good night too, my boy. Thank you
for
being here.
But no, like, it's a little different than the world's not going your way.
Some shit doesn't
Or the world's less magical. Like,
yeah,
the world is completely fucked, and you're depressed and shit like that. It's very different.
When shit's not going my way, Scott, the world ain't feeling very magical now, is it?
Jock, shut up and look at my stream. Look at the outfit this she's got. This is... I need to start playing this game.
They just recently added...
eyeball the sexy woman.
Yeah, they just recently added Stitch to the game, which is great.
I can't.
I love that Stitch is in the game along with the Toy Story world. You can now friend Woody and Buzz.
Definitely got the Pixar mom hips and ass.
Yeah. I'm sorry we keep interrupting Scott, but we're...
And
no, you're
she
fine.
keeps shifting her hips and weight, and it's just like distracting as fuck. Like,
oh, she's okay, feet out for free, and in my Christian stream, incredible.
Now, if only she had a Tifa costume.
It's my birthday. He's basically a Tifa costume. She's got suspenders and black shorts and a white shirt.
Boom. They knew what you were after.
This is the greatest Christmas present ever.
Yeah, no, it is a very fun game, and I do highly recommend it, in all honesty, if you're just looking for, like, a relaxing time, much like Animal Crossing.
I'm hesitant.
Except with quests, because you actually do have content in the game, and there's actually a plot, unlike Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I may give it a shot when it's free to play. I cannot give more money to farm games. I wanted to make them a thing for me in 2022, but I couldn't. I just don't like farm games. Or building or Animal Crossing or things like that. But when it's free, I'll give it a shot.
At least this one has, where when you're crafting stuff, it just takes it from the storage that you have. Like, you don't have to actually put it into your inventory. You can just craft it. And you can also select an amount of item that you want to craft and be like, hey, I want to craft 5 of these. And it will craft 5 of those. Instead of being like, oh man, I want to craft 5 of these. 1, 2...
This is making me unironically horny. We need to move on to the next game.
But yeah, overall, Disney Dreamlight Valley, very fun game. Highly recommended.
It got better for me when she put on the black shorts and stuff, because you no longer see the contour.
Well, because in my head I'm like, man, what if I was sitting in that chair in front of her and just gave her a foot massage? And I'm like, you know what, this is going far.
Freaking, hey yo, I'll be down bad as fuck.
So number 3 on my list. Now that we've gotten the horny games out of the way.
Yeah, please.
SD Gundam Battle Alliance.
Oh, I thought we were getting the horny out of the game.
Right, good. I got back just in time to talk about
horny again. But yeah. No, SD Gundam Battle Alliance, super fun game.
Julie, as soon as he says that, I'm gonna bust.
What?
I have so much time invested into this game. It didn't crack my top 5 as far as playtime, but I have about 90 hours into this game.
That's a lot of hours.
And it's so much fun. I plan to go for Platinum Trophy. I've gotten all of the hard trophies out of the way. I just need to, like, kill this many enemies with this attack and, revive this many comrades. And it's all the grindy stuff that I need to do still. But that game is so much fun.
What is this game? It looks like a light Muso.
Kind of. I would call it more of almost like an action adventure RPG. Because
the
way it works is
those are like mission based.
Yeah, it's mission based. So you go into a mission and then it's just a straight up action RPG at that point. You have a little meter that as you're attacking, the gauge goes down, and that kind of limits how long you can combo. So you can kind of dash forward and attack and stuff like that. And once the meter's depleted, you've got to give it a few seconds to kind of recharge so that you can keep your combos going. And then you also have other attacks that are kind of your specials that are on cooldowns, which is mostly your long range attacks and then a few other kind of short range attacks that are more specials. And you play with a team of you and then 2 AI players, or you can play with 2 real players if you want to play online. It's better to play online. The AI is very, very, very dumb.
Yes, it is.
To the point where you might as well not have it there other than to be like a distraction occasionally for the bosses. Like that's all they're really good for.
You can almost say that AI forgets to fight.
Well, in the midst of battle, the AI forgot to fight.
Is that a Gundam pun?
It's a Gundam reference. So in Dynasty Warriors Gundam, there was a character, Ramba Rao, from the original Gundam series, and one of his lines when you defeat him is, "In the midst of battle, Ramba Rao forgot to fight."
He says that every time he dies.
Every time he dies.
Yes. So it's a phrase
that's what he said in the anime.
A lot.
He said it in the anime.
I know it's a line from the anime, but it's also you don't hear it every time in the anime.
In the middle of battle, Ramba Rao forgot to fight.
But yeah, but overall, it's a great game. There's a lot of missions, a fun story. It's very deep into like Gundam lore and stuff like that. So
I have a couple questions.
There's a lot of great references.
Is this based off an anime or something, or is it?
So it is a completely original story.
Okay.
It is an original story in which basically you're in an AI world, controlled world, where they. I want to make sure I don't give too many any spoilers or anything, but where they're kind of keeping archives of all of the Gundam universes that exist.
Oh.
And there's some wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff going on.
There's Hyrule things going on. Was that in a virtual world?
No, but remember like Ciel and them, like they monitored all the universes of Zelda.
Yeah, kind of. There's some more nefarious things going on with this one as to why things are kind of mixing and matching. But essentially you're pulling if anyone gets this reference, I will be happy. You're pulling a quantum leap in these worlds. And you're that's surprising. I'll probably watch it though. But like you're setting right things that once went wrong. Like because you're like,
but
shit.
You don't need to make the leap, but you don't have to make the leap home in this one.
Yes, you do. That's the whole point of the game, is that you're trying to actually correct everything so that you can make the leap home. Like it's Gundam Quantum Leap. But no, like the whole thing is that like, why is fucking Barbatos Rex, the Gundam Barbatos Rex.
Oh, those are my favorite tacos, Barbatos.
Those are great. But why is he in Universal Century 79?
Why is fucking Domo in the middle of fucking after Colony 196 universe where Gundam Wing shit goes down?
So there's a lot of stuff like that where you're just correcting the things and all of that.
I love to see just like for him to like pop into a world where like pop to the Wing Gundam world and just Domon just shows up. It's like, what the fuck is it? Like the first time he's ever seen it. Like, what the fuck is this? Like the Dark Gundam shows up. It's like, I'm out.
Here you see the Dark Gundam and it's like, okay, mission accepted, just blows shit and just blows it up.
Here's my Sekiha love Tenkyoken.
Hey, I know this dude.
It's a buster cannon. It's a
there's also like 80s, I think it's 80 Gundams in the game without the DLC. So there's quite a lot of Gundams, and how it works is as you defeat some of the bosses and stuff, you'll get blueprints for the Gundams, and then once you collect enough blueprints, you can make that Gundam and then actually use it.
Oh, by the way, what was it? for context, Omni, like Domon and Gundam was Dark Gundam was from G Gundam, and G Gundam was basically like a different genre of anime.
Of every other Gundam series.
Do you want to give me some Dome?
like pretty much like you've seen a Gundam series before, right, Omni?
I've only seen Wing.
Yeah, so in freaking like most other Gundam series are kind of like Gundam Wing, at least compared to G Gundam. In G Gundam, they get into these like skin tight suits, and when they move, the Gundam moves, and they do kung fu.
It's basically a kung fu. It's basically a kung fu movie.
And the Gundams go Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it's also more based on, like, the way it is that there's essentially world peace now, in the sense that what they do is every, I think it's 7 years, they have a
every
Gundam
5 or 7 years.
They have a Gundam fight tournament where each country sends a representative down to Earth in a Gundam. All the Gundams fight, and the winner now controls the decisions of all the colonies for the next 5 to 7 years or whatever.
I feel like that could go bad very quickly. Also, I think that's a sci-fi novel.
It did. The last winner goes fucking insane.
Yeah.
And tries to get all of humanity killed.
He just wanted humanity to not exist so that they wouldn't keep destroying nature. Listen, like, they were a blight upon nature and destroy things.
And literally was going to call himself Super Asia.
As he should. Super Asia.
They're also super into the rains over Africa.
The Gundams literally just start turning gold and go Super Saiyan at some point.
I believe you.
Only certain Gundams can do that.
Fucking wild, man.
Like, Gundam,
only like 6 of
any
them.
Gundam series is fucking wild. Like,
yeah, but
there's
not
not
more
a
than
single.
Like,
I mean, let me remind you of
more than G Gundam.
I mean, one of them, which is like the final movie. It's like the final movie OVA series of the original fucking Gundam, has literally a bunch of people trying to push a meteor away from keep a meteor from falling from Earth by the power of space people particles.
It's basically the plot to Armageddon, so like I'm not too surprised.
And how people
start hearing like "I Don't Want to Miss a Thing" playing by Aerosmith.
I don't want to miss a thing.
And then Jack, let me remind you the word. Jack, remember the word "new type" is literally thrown around so much to the point where it's nauseating.
Julian.
Well, there's new types, cyber new types.
Julian.
Neo new type.
I love Tin Hyokin.
Can I?
Jock, you just haven't watched enough Gundam.
You have not watched enough Gundam. That's a breath of fresh air compared to fucking Gundam Seed.
I've watched all of Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny.
Or Zeta Gundam.
All right.
But either way, SD Gundam Battle Alliance, great game. Highly recommend it. It's on sale currently.
Good game.
The DLC is also really good. If anyone wants to pick up the season pass with it, there's 3 DLC packs so far. I think that might be all that's coming out for it. But either way, each season pass or each pack for the DLC has about 2 or 3 missions, I think it is, and like 5 or 6 new Gundams each, which is really cool, really nice, great additions. Number 2. Oh, hold on.
I just want to say I don't know if I'll pick this game up, but I am curious about that Overwatch Gundam game. So we'll have to make some time to do some Gundam games.
Yeah, which is free.
I downloaded it, then I just never ended up playing it.
One major thing though about this, we'll spoil Gundam stuff for you.
That's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you need to, if you're gonna pay attention to this, and if you're not a Gundam fan, if you want to pay attention to any of the these things, you need to watch them.
It unfortunately spoiled one thing, like one Gundam series I was currently watching for me, because they were like, "Oh, this was before he died," and I'm like, "Well, fuck." Thanks, game.
I don't want to ask which one I don't want to ask which one it is because we could accidentally spoil it.
It was
other people.
Slight spoilers for Gundam 00.
Oh, that's what I thought.
That'll tell Julian enough.
I finished 00.
But no. Let's move on to number 2, which I feel like my number 2 and my number 1 are gonna be pretty obvious because I've been mentioning them the fuck out of them like most of the year. But God of War Ragnarok is my number 2.
Ooh. Julian, you want to do some trades? What game do you have?
I cannot wait. until you say you're number one, and your number one beat out.
You know what it's gonna be.
I know. I can't believe it beat out Ragnarok.
It
this
did.
is your list. This is your list.
But yes, God of War Ragnarok, fantastic game. Like I love it. It was fantastic. The big reason, and I will say this as to why it became number 2 and why it's not number 1 for me, is that God of War Ragnarok I just don't see myself replaying. And that's the big reason. Like, I beat it, I 100%ed it, I platinum trophied it, and I loved the story, I loved playing through it, but I just don't see myself, like, there's too many tedious parts, there's too many parts I didn't care for, that I was driven forward by the plot the first time, but now knowing all of the plot, just like, nah, I'm good. And that's why it ended up being the number 2 and not the number 1. Is because the number 1 I can see myself actually replaying multiple times.
I can do that. It would have to be me.
But
switching to
God of War Ragnarok, fantastic game. The plot's great. It's a very worthy sequel to God of War 2018. If anyone's played God of War 2018, it is like a masterpiece. And I think Ragnarok just knocks it out of the park. There are a few plot moments that piss me the fuck off, but I can't get into those without spoilers, so I don't want to spoil anyone on this game because, again, overall, the plot is just like, if you liked God of War 2018, you will love this plot. You will love this gameplay. I will say the difficulty in God of War Ragnarok is quite a bit harder than the first game. Like, quite a bit harder than the first game, in the sense that
that sounds right to me. I like that.
Yeah, they kind of realized that some of the runic attacks that they gave you were very overpowered in the first game. So, like, the ones you start with, you don't get until the very end of Ragnarok. In all honesty, it takes about 10 hours before you even get a heavy runic attack in the game, which was very strange to me. But I also love that there's a in-lore reason for why Kratos doesn't have all of his crap from the previous game. And it's the dumbest reason possible. I don't know if anyone cared.
Yeah, don't know. I do care. Yeah. I'll be playing this later. In fact, I have trailers playing on my screen right now, and I'm avoiding looking at my screen because I don't want to know anything.
But yes, there is a lore reason why. Like, it's just a one-off sentence, but there is a lore reason why he does not use the equipment from the previous game.
Ooh. And there's an interesting reference, and there's a random reference in it, which is funny.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of really good references to a lot of games.
But I never thought they'd reference that game, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's because the creators worked on the other one. But
well, what's left?
Yeah, very good game. Very, very good game. Just, like, I can't go into a lot without spoiling things. Oh, I was also talking about the difficulty. With the difficulty, one of the other reasons why is that you're constantly underleveled compared to the first game. Like, the amount of equipment and stuff like that you get and the levels for it just don't match up to the enemies as often. Which means that you're not really stunning the enemies, they're attacking through your attacks and things like that. So that's one of the things that kind of makes it more difficult than the first game. But I think overall the combat is really solid. Even if it is mostly just more of the same, I think the God of War 2018 combat was already a pretty solid combat system, in all honesty. There are a few tweaks to it, but again, without spoilers, I won't go into them. But, like, my God. I'm looking forward to seeing what the series holds in the future. And where it will go from here. Because I think that there's a lot of potential still in this series. and especially if we keep the same team. Also, can I just say the voice actor for Kratos is still just knocking it out of the park?
Boy.
Yeah, he killed it. He killed
like
it in the first one.
he's also the mocap for Kratos. I did not know that at the time.
Yeah, he killed it like he did. Like he did all the time during the Game Awards.
I love that one freaking comic I just saw online where it's just like, oh, what would we, the mom's like, what do we name him? I will name him Boy. She's like as long as I'm alive, you will not name our child that. Like, fast forward, she's dead, and he's like, come, boy.
God.
Love that.
Okay, let me switch to this real quick.
Right. I wish I would have played it so that we could talk about it together. But yeah, that's on a list of games for me to play for sure.
I'm very excited to hear your take on it when you do play it, and to talk about it with you when you play it, because
stood up there for like 10 minutes.
I have
so
no
cringe.
one that I know that has played and beaten it, so I have no one to talk to about that game.
Oh, shit.
I'll make it a priority.
So,
my big issue is that it's a big download, and I'm, as you know, and I'm not gonna mention on stream, I'm downloading some other stuff, so I gotta keep that. It's all pornography, just gigs and gigs of pornography.
I like how both of us were just like, it's porn.
Well, yeah. Do you want to disappoint me by going over your number one?
Sure. I can mention my number one, and again, I gave the reason why it's number one over God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, Ghostwire Tokyo is my number one. It is my game of the year.
I am actually surprised. I thought you told me your game of the year was Bleach.
I literally have
I thought it was gonna be Bleach. What's it called?
Soul
didn't
Search.
come out this year.
Oh, okay.
You mean the mobile game that he puts his daily
yeah, I mean, it's the game I played the most this year. Like, it is by far the game I played the most this year.
I thought you told me that was going to be your game of the year. Like,
no, my game of the year I've always mentioned is going to be Ghostwire Tokyo, since this came out in like fucking January. But
what is this game?
So, how do I describe it? It plays a lot like if you took Skyrim's magic system and made it an FPS. Because it's first-person shooter, and you're firing off spells, essentially, with R2 in order to stop yokai. Or, well, they're not yokai. They're visitors, is what they're called. And they're various mythological creatures and stuff like that from Japanese mythology, mostly. So you've got like the slit mouth woman and stuff like that.
Yes, Scott, I would appreciate if you didn't miss what was it?
Well, I mean, I also
misappropriate us, okay?
I also do take down yokai. There was some Kappa.
I wish I didn't.
Kid Shiro Kodama.
Fucking dumbass.
What's the general premise of this? Like, are you an isekai to Weird Tokyo, or what's happening?
So the premise is that you're in Shibuya. You were on your way to visit your sister in the hospital because she was kind of in a tragic accident that you feel guilty for. And she's now in a coma and in the hospital, and you've been visiting her. So you're just on your way to visit her when suddenly like a fog rolls in and it starts raining in there, and people just start vanishing. You get into a car or into an accident on your motorcycle, and you essentially die. But when you're dying, the spirit of a guy named KK, it kind of takes over your body and drags your soul in there too. And his goal is to defeat the main villain. He has a history with him, and the main villain is trying to destroy the line between the living world and the world of the dead. That's his whole thing. Is that?
But then I won't be able to see Grandma again.
Yeah.
Grandma.
Fucked up.
His concept is that the world of the material is holding back the limit or the unlimited power of your soul, and that the soul is the real you, and that it shouldn't be held captive by your physical being. So he wants to free humanity from its captivity. And
Give me a
KK is
reason for
like,
this
fuck
not
that.
being give me
KK
a
is like,
reason.
fuck that shit. Like, you're just doing what you want and trying to, pass it off as extra shit.
Give me a reason for it to not be action upgrade. I hear deafening silence. What,
I don't
like
know what you're
like
talking about.
was it would is the main villain like one, would it have been so bad? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't that be
Yes,
considered an upgrade?
we'd all just be dead.
But would we be dead if death has lost all meaning?
You're an
I mean,
idiot.
there just wouldn't be a real world. Like,
God, you're
yes.
annoying.
But yeah, so the main game is you trying to stop, again, the main villain and his kind of three uh lackeys, for the lack of a better term. Like, I'm trying to think of a good word for them, but he just kind of controls them and sends them after you to stop you. So you're going through all of Shibuya, things like that. It's a first-person game, essentially a first-person shooter. You're firing off spells, and you have 3 different ones. You have wind, which is a fast but kind of weak attack. You have water, which is a wide range kind of slashing attack. And then you have fire, which kind of pierces through things, and if you charge it up, can also make an explosion. And then you also have arrows. You eventually do gain purifying arrows, along with talismans that can do different things. Like, you can make a bush so that you can hide behind it and stealth attack enemies,
No one found. What the fuck?
or zap them to stun them and release their core so that you can kill them quicker. So different things like that. And
why is it not working?
yeah, that's pretty much it. You're also saving lost souls that are around the town, so that you can free them through the telephone lines, through payphones. But it's a really fun game. I love the atmosphere. I love that, for the most part, there's no actual soundtrack to the game, in the sense that what you're hearing is just the rain and whatever music is happening to be playing in certain stores. So some stores will have like, J-pop playing, other ones will have, more classical music, just whatever you're passing by and hearing.
Wouldn't it be hilarious, Scott, if you went to Shibuya and you heard nothing but the world ends with your music?
That'd be fucking great. But it's like, it's very atmospheric, in the sense that they want you to feel alone. Like, you are the one person in this entire city that's still alive, other than the villain and the visitors. And they try to give you that feeling of just dread. You're seeing people's clothing just lying on the ground where they've disappeared. You can read the text messages and stuff like that from when, their last moments of being like, hey, there's some weird fog, I'm just gonna wait it out, and then that was it. Or,
That sounds like Bloodborne.
there's a lot of environmental storytelling with that, where you can see, like,
people who are alive in Bloodborne are gross.
Like, actual situations, and see the people's last moments and things like that. You can help out some ghosts and spirits to kind of help them pass on. It's really cool. It's really well done. Like, it's just very unique to me, and I very much love it for that. And I do plan to go get the platinum trophy in it at some point. It's just very grindy, since there are 800 and something collectibles to get. So I just have to really sit down and do it.
I'll give it a shot at some point. It looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it's very short though. That is one thing that I will, like, kind of have issues, or is one of the downsides, is that there's 7 chapters in the game. The first 4 are like actual big long chapters. And then after chapter 4, you get to the point of no return, and it's just like 3 boss battles, and that's it for the rest of the game.
That's terrible.
Which was kind of a disappointment. I feel like the game might have been potentially rushed because of that. Like, I feel like that's probably not the initial intent, but that could just be me speaking for the developers. I have no proof of that.
I've done this before. I know what I'm doing. I am on online mode.
But I do highly recommend it. And the reason it did beat out God of War Ragnarok is that there wasn't one of those plot moments that I was like, oh man, fuck this. I don't want to replay that. So, like, I can see myself replaying this game multiple times.
Try this again.
Versus God of War Ragnarok, which, if I can equate it to one thing, it's like the Spider-Man PS4 game. Anytime I want to replay that, I'm like, fuck, I've got to do those stealth missions where I'm playing as like Mary Jane or, shit like that, and I don't want to do that. So it immediately brings down any replayability for me.
You don't have this in your thing.
I will say, those are really easy. I played them on stream.
I just find them so boring, though. But it's things like that, like,
I've heard people complain about that. That slows down the progression of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst thing. It's just, oh, yeah, if I want to replay it, I'm immediately thinking, like, shit, I've got to redo that. And that's what God of War Ragnarok had for me, was like, shit, I got to redo that part and that part. I really don't want to do that part again. Like, so the odds of me replaying it are so low versus Ghostwire. Like, fuck yeah, I'll replay that. Like, I've got no issues replaying that. I have a lot of fun with it. So, highly recommend it. It is on sale, I think, right now as well. I did buy it both physically and digitally. So, yeah, I very much enjoy it.
All right. Well, solid pick. Julian, do you want to take us through your front half? Or back
half? Well, I don't really have much left. I don't have much left because Scott took care of most of them. Okay.
I specifically left you a certain one that I know you're going to want to talk about.
Yes. Okay, so already talked about SD Gundam Battle Alliance was number 3. Number 3 for the new games of New Year's. My number 2 is Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Pokemon Legends Arceus.
I forgot that came out this year.
Yeah, it did. Real quick, where can you see in your boxes what the other person doesn't have? It's gonna be glowing and bouncing, Bobby. To answer that question, anything I
got something glowing and bouncing for you.
Anything that I own that you don't have is gonna be glowing and bouncing, and that's what essentially.
Listen, Jock, I don't need your opinions. Are you a doctor?
So anything that's glowing in your box that's glowing and bouncing,
see? How are you supposed to see it in the dark if it ain't glowing, Jock? Jesus.
I don't think you're supposed to see it in the dark.
This new feature page where you can see. Oh, you weren't asking. You were telling me.
I've seen more penises than you, bro.
Oh crap! I was supposed to trade you back your Oran Guru.
I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to be able to see it in the dark.
You canceled the trade. Oh yeah, that was me. Do you want your Oran Guru back?
What are you doing, Julian?
Trading with Bobby.
He's trading Bobby.
Are you trading Pokemon right now?
What?
Yes.
Pokemon. Anyway, Pokemon Legends Arceus. So it's a game where you are the Diamond and Pearl protagonist looking character, and you get sent back to Pokemon ancient fucking
you get
fucking feudal time fucking Sinnoh, Japan. Okay. And so in that, when you what the fuck? What do you mean communication error? So in that you have to essentially play Pokemon with Pokemon, but like Monster Hunter like deals where like they can attack you and shit, and you have to switch like you can like dodge the Pokemon like fucking attacks and shit, and then you also can like just kind of throw Pokeballs and catch them without doing battle shit ever, which is interesting and fun. A lot of people try to do that. Also, there are random times where you have to battle like these glowing Pokemon, which like will literally attack you, and you have to like dodge their shit and throw sucking beanbags at them to quell their raging urges. And also, you can randomly jump by multiple Pokemon at once instead of just being like in the wild. If you bump into one Pokemon and to another one, both of them will attack you at once, and it sucks. uh, or maybe three.
Number
Most of the
two?
time, it's only three.
Oh, damn, I thought it was gonna be a game of the year.
Yeah, this is number 2.
No, you know what?
Really? Are we
You know what
questioning
his
what
number one is?
number one is? Anyway, so at first I was having a hard time with getting into it, but then later on as the year went on, I said I should probably like what's the word? I should probably give this much of a more of a shot, and I did, and I ended up almost finishing the I almost finished Pokedex except for the stupid one mission which I hate doing is finding all these little fire wisps in the field, and since I have to fucking go through the mental, and since there's not like a fucking checklist of where I've already found them, since there's too many of them in certain areas for me to put fucking the things in the list that check off the fucking things, I'm essentially running around in the dark trying to look for these wisps just so I can get Spiritomb and then be able to finish the thing so I can go fight Arceus. Which at the end of the day, I've already seen it. Whatever, doesn't matter. Fucking, I've already seen that shit. I don't care. So, and then also the biggest annoyance was I have to catch a Cranidos, and the only way to catch Cranidos in that game is by the time distortions, which are random and varied, where you never know when another time distortion's gonna pop up. Who knows when a time distortion's gonna show up, because they're random, and I have to have it found in the one same place. That's me running around the same area looking for one fucking stupid dinosaur, and it's dumb, and I hate it. And that's why I gave up on it. But other than that, I did enjoy the game. The Hisuian forms are very interesting. It's like some of these things. It's like, why don't they have evolution? Why don't these evolutions continue? Why did they not evolve later on in the series? Like Basque Legion. Why is that still and like the evolution of Quillfish? Why don't they exist anymore? What happened? Did they just give up? Were they useless? Because their evolutions are better.
Legends Arceus, Jacques.
Was Arceus? That's why. Okay, that's why. All right. Didn't Arceus come out last year?
No, it came out at the beginning of this
year. Another one of the front load games that came out this year.
Yeah, it was January.
Keep up, Jack.
It sucked. So
I liked it. Or like the evolution of fucking Gumi, where it turns into a steel type. It's like, why did this stop?
There's a Pokemon named Gumi. You know what? I'm not gonna.
It's Gumi. It's just a giant pile of cum.
Gotcha.
Dragon cum.
It is.
Gotcha.
But I enjoyed it for what I got, and I thought it was interesting. That game needs it needed a couple more customization issues. I feel like there was more they were going to add to this game, but then they came out with my game of the year, which is about to be next.
I mean,
and which
they
kind
did
of
have
got
to make
a lot of development for it
this year. So...
Yeah, which when we found out it was coming out this year, I'm like, oh yeah, we're not getting anything extra for Arceus. I might as well fucking just give up on it.
Tidus.
Arcus. Hey, I've seen people pronounce it Arcus.
Yeah, well, some people are dumb.
Stupid.
I don't even like Pokemon like that.
If we're going off like if we're going in certain languages, that would make sense, but it's also weird. But anyway, I enjoyed it. I put a lot more time into it than I thought I was going to. I spent way too much time trying to find a bunch of fucking white Vulpixes. The reason why this game isn't
gotta be white.
It's because there were snow Vulpixes, and I have to find fucking Vulpixes that are white in snow white areas. It was bullshit, and I hated it. They're too tiny.
Sounds like a terrible game.
It's not terrible. It's fun, and I liked it. You're just being difficult. You're just being difficult with your opinions. But anyway, my game of the year is fucking.
I agree with
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which I played Violet. I haven't played Scarlet. Julian has Scarlet, and I've been tempted to
playing Scarlet because it's got waifu in it.
I've been tempted to borrow his copy, but at the end of the day, I said I don't need to, especially since he hasn't opened it yet. So I'm not one of those people who will open someone else's game.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
I still need to buy a digital copy.
So what is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? So let me before you answer that question, I'm somebody who doesn't play as many Pokemon games as LGG.
I need to send something else
right?
back to him, don't I?
And when I got into Sword and Shield was the first game that I got into in a while. This one is obviously the open world one, which comes with a lot of changes. And from what I
Not really,
understand,
but
there's like, well, from what I understand, there's like 3 stories, and you don't have to go down Route 1 to Route 2 to Route 3. You can go any route that you want, which is a
no,
big
well,
difference. You level
kind
up
of.
difference with the TMs and HMs. It feels like other than general
The
gameplay, there's a
so
lot of differences.
the route, like they'll say, like, oh, you can tackle the gyms in any order, but the levels don't change. So if you go like, I'm gonna go to the normal type gym, well, they're level 50. You're just gonna lose. Like,
Well, they're
and
not
some of the
exactly
gyms you can't even get
exactly.
to because it's like, oh, you have to have gotten Surf, which you can only do by doing the Hunt for the Giant Pokemon. And it's like, so you have to have certain abilities before you can even get to other things. So you have to do
Everything.
like you have to do all 3 stories, and you have to do them to certain points before you can do other things. Like, you can't be like, oh, I'm just gonna go do all the gyms and then do the others. Like, no, you have to do all 3 at the same time, essentially.
Now there are a
Like,
lot of places you can reach on foot.
It's yeah, there's just it's mostly the illusion of you can do it in any order.
So what is
I mean,
this game? Is it, are you a Pokemon
it's
master again, or what's
it's
the,
the
like,
next
set it
it's the
up?
next generation.
It's
So
the same
Sword
thing
and
you always
Shield
do.
was Sword and Shield was Generation 8. So we have what we call the mainline Pokemon games, which is the generations. That's Red and Blue, or in Japan, Red, Green, and Blue. Gold and Silver was Gen 2, then Ruby and Sapphire was Gen 3, Gen 4 was Diamond and Pearl, Gen 5 was Black and White, Gen 6 with X and Y, Gen 7 was Sun and Moon, Gen 8 with Sword and Shield, and now Gen 9 with Scarlet and Violet. These are kind of the main Pokemon games. They're the ones where you're going to go through the 8 gyms and become, defeat the Elite Four to become Pokemon Master, and that's the main goal, while also overthrowing an evil organization.
Black and White is the only one that had a sequel with Black and White too.
They all most of them technically had a sequel, but
in a way,
in a way, shape, or form.
Because Pokemon has a stupid fucking. We have that stupid lore that started back in Gen 6, where essentially everything's for some godforsaken reason.
All right, I don't really care about all of that. What is this game?
Okay, so let me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Explain it now. Okay, so Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You're once again a new trainer, a person who's a new trainer who is essentially, but this time instead of being just some child who they randomly give a Pokemon to and tell just go out and do gym things and collect all these Pokemon from my Pokedex. Essentially, you are a student.
Still do.
They still do, but now there's more of a overlapping thing for reasoning for it. Like now you're a student.
You go to the shittiest school possible.
You go to a school that doesn't.
You pay tuition to go to said
school. Well,
your
mom pays tuition. You don't pay shit.
Okay, fine. Your mom pays tuition to go to said school. After a week, they're just like, okay, bye. Go on an adventure for the rest of the school year and find your treasure and find what you want to do in life, and then come back. And then thanks for your money. Like,
it's college.
Like that. Yeah. It's college if you didn't go to a class ever. And they just told you, hey, go live out in the world, but keep paying us tuition.
Well, to be honest, it's like what do you? It's like, to be honest, the school thing is an arbitrary plot device. It's like it's very there are points in it where it's like there are points in it where it works, but then there are other times. But then, like in the beginning, it's like, why do I have school? It's the beginning. It's like the point. Literally, they skip through a week's. They literally have a time. It's like they skip a week before you go into the thing, and it's like, why? Why didn't I just continue?
To be clear, I know you guys are in your fan modes right now. You're making me hate this game.
Good. Hate it. Good.
But no, like, yeah, you're essentially sent out into the world to discover your treasure, which can be anything. The game very quickly outlines 3 specific things for you to do. the battle bitch really wants you to go take on the gyms and like become, and then the Elite Four. Pussy bitch really wants you to go hunt down these giant.
You really don't like this game.
Actually, I love it, but
I love it.
Like you're not selling it. You're saying
no,
everything's dumb
the
and they're
gameplay,
bitches and it's not good.
the story I think is terrible. Like the story I think is terrible.
I
The
like
gameplay is
the
really fun though.
But the game isn't the gameplay just the same? You take a turn, and you have 4 moves.
Yes.
That's
yes.
yeah.
That you think Pokemon's gonna change their core?
Yeah.
Change their core design.
I think finding the new Pokemon. Like personally, I just think finding the new Pokemon is fun. I like.
It's like if you already know you don't like Pokemon, what's the point of?
They are all technically out in the wild now. It is all like the wildlands in Sword and Shield. So they are all like on the overworld.
Yes.
Nowadays, like that is one of the big things. One of the big changes is that there are no more random encounters, so to speak. Like it's random in the sense of what Pokemon show up on the overworld at any point, but you can always see what battles you're doing.
You can see everything you want. Anything you can. Anything you see, you can.
That is really cool. I don't like the TMs are back to one-time use.
But you can essentially make them as if they were.
You craft them, but in order to get the materials to craft them, you have to hunt down a bunch of random Pokemon.
Or murder them.
Yeah, you have to go and like hunt down I need to kill like 20 Sandshrew. And then you just kill a bunch of Sandshrew to collect their spit, and then. But it's
isn't there a new multiplayer mode where you can do all that stuff together?
You can play online multiplayer, yes.
Yes, there is a.
I'm not sure how the gyms work with multiplayer or anything else.
They're like. Remember how in Final Fantasy where Final Fantasy 14 where someone's doing a story thing and then they disappear? It's an instance. You can't see them doing it. You can't see them doing it. You can't interact. You can't interact with them while they're doing it because essentially because then you'd have a bunch of people who are being dicks who are just standing in the middle of someone who if your friends are dicks and are standing in the middle of you trying to do shit.
But yes, you can play multiplayer. Like the open world was one of the big selling points, along with being able to play up to 4-player multiplayer.
Now, I'm gonna be honest from the get-go.
You do have the 3 plot lines, which, by the way, again, 8 gym badges, which are required for Pokemon to listen to you, and for to make catching Pokemon easier. Then you have the giant Pokemon where you're taking them down in order to gain abilities that are basically your HM. So Surf, Fly. Well, not Fly. Fly is actually available from the beginning of the game. But Surf, Rock Climb, things of that nature. Traversal abilities, I should say, is what you gain from that. And then you have the Evil Organization or Team Star that that you're taking down as well. They have bases, and you take down their bases. But again, to say that you can do it in any order isn't really accurate either, because it's like, in order to get to this gym, you have to take down this Team Star base. Like, they are literally blockading the entire thing. So you have to do it. There's so many times where you're forced to do one of the other things in order to progress with the one you actually are wanting to do.
Because essentially, it's like having a wall in any other open world game where they don't want you going. They don't want you.
They might as well. Like they might as well have just had it. The same path system.
Now, if you walk in the right, if you take the right paths, you can essentially skip that too.
I don't know how, because there's like 2 or 3 towns where literally they block the only entrance into the town.
I think he's talking about glitches.
Oh no, not glitching.
I don't know, because like
technically, so there is an area where technically you could walk around. Where you could go around that person.
There's a wall.
It's like you could go all the way. It's like essentially
there's a wall, like an actual wall.
There's a wall
blocking the one path into the town. There is no path into the town besides the walled path.
I wish I could see. I don't know where this path is, but I know someone who found this way and skipped around it, and practically went all around this thing without fighting a single one of those Team Star people or the gyms, and just started catching a lot of shit. They managed to get most of the map done around, and then go around that person and get to the other side. With
I mean,
a
it's
lot
only
of
blocking
nonsense.
certain towns, but it's like in order to get to this town where the gym is, because I was like, oh, I'll just do all the gym leaders first, and it's like, no, you can't. You have to do, like, I have to get Surf. I have to get, which means I have to do, I think, like 4 of the giant Pokemon in order to get to continue my gym leader hunt. You know, I have to do all our Team Star in order to do the gym leader hunt. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like,
where did it go?
It doesn't feel as open world in that sense. I mean, it's open world, but it doesn't feel like you have as much freedom as they claim you do. Because again, you can go like level grind and go to fight the strongest gym at 50. But then you're just going to be overpowered for every other gym, and it's going to be a cakewalk for the rest of the game.
Because I know people who have gotten around, who've gotten around some of these things, but that's also because it's also because they pretty much had, they did like gyms on one. They did a certain many gyms on one side. Then they just said, then because they were already fighting stuff that was higher than them, and then through the fact of abusing the, if they get the special with the special with super effective moves and stuff like that, they managed to get get a bunch of the gyms and get all the gyms and Titans on without touching Team Star once.
I want to move off of this topic of
like, you're the one who insisted on bringing.
No, I was trying to goad you into speaking about terrestrialization and dual battles and stuff like that about the gameplay.
The terrestrialization, in all honesty, isn't really.
I want to move on to something else.
Just the Gigantamax of the game. Like, there's nothing.
Well, because
like one thing you'll learn about Pokemon for the most part is if you like one of them, you just will like most of them.
Yeah,
and if you don't, you won't.
I'm hesitant to take your take on that because even if you talk about Gigantamax, when I played Sword and Shield, I understood how the meta changed because of Gigantamax and how certain Pokemon and certain moves and certain captures adjusted the gameplay. Whereas I know you're more of a collector, and changing types mid-match and having moves that can get less or more of an impact.
So with
because
terrestrialization, let me give an actual a real thing of it. So terrestrialization is a mechanic that is pretty much only useful for meta, for meta battling. In the actual game, it doesn't really play a role, but it can for the meta because of the fact that something like Sudowoodo is a terrible example, but it's one of the earliest ones because it actually gives up its type advantage. But it can become a different type. Like Sudowoodo is normally a rock type along with grass, and it can become or terrestrialize as a grass type, or some Pokemon can be.
Even I know it's just rock type.
My bad. Shows how much I use Sudowoodo.
It's like Sudowoodo is all good.
But yeah, I know it becomes a grass type during the gym, and that fucks it over because now you can just hit it with fire attacks, and your fire attacks become super effective.
And then I was gonna
the fact is that it does change, but it is like Gigantamax in the sense that it is for 2 or 3 turns. Like after that, it will revert back to its original thing. So it can be useful in some senses to have something like a fire type become a water type terrestrialize.
So terrestrialization stays until you switch. It actually stays until the whole battle.
That's weird because I've seen it run out with some of the battles.
I've watched some battles on that PC Pokemon thing,
and it stays. Terrestrializing, I went through
weird.
I terrestrialized at the beginning of a fight and knocked out 6 Pokemon.
The few times I've seen it, it was only for a few turns. So that is on me. I am apparently wrong on that.
Yeah, because I fought someone. I terrestrialized as soon as the battle started, and I was just like, Oko and stuff like.
But I do know it also gets rid of dual types. So if you do have a dual type that's giving you advantage, terrestrializing can be a disadvantage. Because of the fact that a terrestrialized Pokemon is only a singular type. Period.
Yes,
I don't believe I am wrong on that. Like,
yeah, it does not. If you have, say, if you're a Pidgey, and Pidgey is both normal and flying. If you have a Terrestrial type that turns you into a flying, you have lost that normal typing that keeps you from being hit by Ghost type moves. So now you are a Pidgey that can be hit by Ghost type moves. Or if you're a Ghost type that terrestrializes into, say, a Psychic type, congratulations, you just now lost the ability to not be hit by normal type moves.
Like Sableye would just be fucked over. Because his dual type is what's protecting him.
It does give it now a stab.
That's just the longer way of saying that the type change rewards people that know type advantages and disadvantages.
But it's Pokemon. You are always rewarded for knowing type.
It's only really useful for the meta, but it is a cool thing for the meta. But it's only really truly a cool thing for the meta.
And that's a big part of the game is battling, or I would assume so. But I wanted to actually get away from all that because I wanted to ask Julian this, which is that you spoke to me and you mentioned after you finished it that it had an impact on you. And I was curious for you as a fan and somebody who loved this game, what made this game have such an impact on you compared to the other ones? Because as someone who's a light Pokemon fan, I can't imagine these games, having a lasting emotional effect on me, but it did on you. What do you have to say about what this game can do for you? Without spoilers.
Okay, without spoilers. For this story, it actually there because Pokemon is not a Pokemon has it's like you can tell who are main characters in these Pokemon games, and the main characters who put you on your little quests to do things actually have most of where the characters are. Like some people don't like some of them, and it's like that's just that's like some people's personal taste, but I enjoy them regardless.
Yeah, I'm not judging you. I just want to know what
I've talked to a lot of people about it, and we've had stuff about it. It's really hard for me to talk about it without completely spoiling it. But when after doing some of the things, it's like basic anime stuff where it's like haha friendship, you gotta get haha friendship through fucking adversity of having to do challenging things against each other or with each other or learning mutual understandings and all this blah 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 blah. And then when you see have all of them together and then all the stuff that goes on in the game, it gives you a sense of more camaraderie than it has with any of the other people who they consider friends in these other games. They felt a little less two-dimensional than some of the other characters and rivals that you've met in these games, where they are just it's been a while since we've had characters who have actually felt interesting, even outside of just basic children's. I'm playing a children's game thing.
Yeah.
I haven't felt this compelled to actually like or dislike a character in Pokemon since like or dislike people for a reason of not them being boring or hella annoying since Gen 5. Ever since I feel like since Gen 5, Pokemon's had a bit of a issue with writing some of these characters. There are some characters which are decent, but a lot of them are not very compelling, or make me care about them.
Do you actually care about Nemona specifically? Because I can understand you caring about Arvin, or whatever, Arvin. I do understand that one, but Nemona to me is just very one-dimensional in her characterization.
Yes,
and I'm over halfway through the gyms, which is her plot line, just for clarification for people. And she just doesn't grow as a character in any way, shape, or form. She just wants to battle you, and that's it. She's just a battle. She's just basically Goku in Pokemon form.
Yeah, but that's the thing I kind of find compelling.
Okay, because the one that got me, like the actual, like the positive story I can say, the one that actually entertained me is the Star, uh, like the Team Star stuff. I
Yeah.
actually have no issue with that, and I actually think that one's the best out of the 3 plot lines by far. Even if I can kind of tell where it's going earlier than they probably want me to, that is still actually the one that I think is really well done. Arwen, I think, or Arvin, sorry, is I think you either love it or you hate it, but I can see people's arguments for both. It's Nimona that I really am like. I just don't like. I haven't seen a good argument for her. Not to put you down if you do like her. Like, just
You
that's
suck
the
if you like
one.
her.
That's the one that I'm like. I don't get it. If
When
that makes
when it
sense.
comes
Like,
to the
I just don't see it versus
see,
Arvin, where I'm like, I
You
see
like
what
it.
people like in it. I just
If
don't.
if you like
I
it,
don't
I
personally.
respect neither you nor your lineage.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not that extreme. Like,
okay,
it's fucking Pokemon.
lol, the heck you keep changing them, lol. It's like, okay, now I'm confused about what I'm trading. I actually am honestly confused about what I'm trading back.
Why
If
are
you
you trading while you're trying to talk about Pokemon? Talk about
because
your
it's
game.
relevant.
Stop trying to trade.
All right.
Because
We'll
it's
we'll
relevant, I
we'll
guess.
we'll wrap this up so you can focus on that.
Now, okay, so Nimona, it's because of her Goku aspects is why I like her. It's a lot less. It's because she doesn't lie to herself about what she wants in this. Like I've dealt with
Right,
other
but she
rivals
just
who are
seems
like
so
her. It's
one-dimensional.
like
Like,
But
that
it's
just because
because
is
she's a
her only
rival that doesn't.
personality.
neither
She
Goku
she's
never lost
enjoying
himself
your
doesn't make him
growth
a
as a
in-depth
character.
character.
She's enjoying your growth as a character, other than just like wanting to. She is obsessed with fighting, yes, but because you're the only person that actually has challenged her in a very long time, she enjoys the fact that she's losing to you. That makes her become a stronger person. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I see it as very one-dimensional. Like, without the battling thing, that's it. And that's very much like any of the rivals. That it's like, oh, I lost, so I'm becoming stronger. And like, I don't know. I see her as very much the
Yeah,
one
but
character
like,
that's actually badly written.
but I think it's because unlike her, a lot of them get visibly frustrated at the fact that they're like keep losing to you. Unlike, I feel like this was because it's like we're kids. They're both kids. It's like, but then the fact that she's older than you, if she acted kind of like
So she
frustrated,
should
like
be
most,
better than me.
yeah, she should be. But we've proven time and time again that being an adult means nothing. They're fucking 20-year-olds in this goddamn school. They're 20-year-olds in this
So
school.
weird to me.
20-year-olds in school, which is why I said, why can't we just make 20-year-olds? But
Just now imagining just like this super old like man, just this old cane, just like it's like
That's
you think you're
Are you
right?
gonna
Check
you
this.
gonna
I
say
just
old
bullying
kids?
you.
You gonna say old kids an alien now?
Like what was it? Freaking, you're gonna like what was it? He's gonna bully you. He's just like, yeah, you little bitch. Back in my day, like he's gonna talk
so,
all this shit.
but it's because I don't. It's like I really can't fully explain it without spoiling everything.
that's fine.
I want a
But
Pokemon. I want a Pokemon game where
I'm
your
gonna.
rivals are old as a
Now,
Yeah,
I'm going to go. Now, I'm going to go into one of the main reasons why I like this game.
Okay.
You haven't yet?
Now, no, because Scott's been talking most of the time.
Yeah, go ahead.
The biggest thing I like about this game is that regardless of how glitchy it is, ugly it is, this is the only Pokemon game where I've actually had the urge to explore for reals and actually like and catch things and train more and like have multiple training things where I switch things out and switches out and everything. It's the experience Pokemon wants you to do that essentially they've been advertising, kind of having an adventure, going on an adventure with these things in these games, that they've been doing better in their spin-offs rather than actually in their actual ones. Like in Pokemon Ranger, I feel like I'm having more of an adventure than than anything in like any of the recent Pokemon games.
how are they making it feel more like an adventure in this than they are in other Pokemon games?
It's because I'm not. It's because I'm not stuck on a linear track.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to describe. Like I get where Julian's coming from on that. Like it feels really fun to just explore. Like that's why I said earlier, like the gameplay is what's getting me, and I guess Julian really hit the nail on the head a little bit with the non-linear track, but it's more than that. Like it's just, I don't know, it's kind of rewarding when you fall down a cliff by accident and then you're like, oh shit, that's where Ghastly is. Like,
it's
you know,
I found this, or
like, yeah,
okay, I need to stand here, wait for night to come, and so then you literally watch the nighttime Pokemon spawn in front of you before your eyes.
Or just watching the Jigglypuff fly away because the wind got too powerful for them.
Yes, shit. When I first saw that shit, I thought it was hilarious. People thought it was a glitch. Like, no, that makes sense.
No,
because that's what the Jigglypuff.
It's in lore.
It's a balloon. It's gonna fly away.
Also, the pose it does is the exact pose from the anime. Like when it flies away because of heavy winds. Like it's literally lore.
It's great and it's amazing and I love it.
Like it's just when you're actually playing it, the actual experience of playing it just feels rewarding in a lot of aspects.
Yes, the only thing that they could do, which would make this more interesting, is if they had if the Pokemon were doing the shit that you see them doing, like in Pokemon Snap, where they're just kind of like existing and like or like if you saw
walking around.
Yeah, like I literally saw a Zangoose and a Seviper standing next to each other. Why aren't they killing each other? Why aren't they locked in combat when I walk up and then just ignore me or something?
To be fair,
or if I'm fighting them, they both fight each other.
I like it when
it is a great step forward.
PCs fight each other.
And
just make Pokemon Monster Hunter, bro.
All I can.
I mean,
Legends Arceus.
Every game when it's brought down to its core is Monster Hunter.
Yeah. But no, like I feel like this generation will lead to something better in the next. If that makes sense. I think if they work on and refine a lot of what worked in this one with the open world and make it better and stuff, I think the next one will be like, holy shit, just an amazing Pokemon game.
All right. I'll play it when it comes out on this HD Switch, whenever that comes out.
Never.
They need better hardware. All the things you're describing.
To be honest, Pokemon being limited by the Switch. People think Pokemon being limited by the Switch is the wrong thing. The Switch isn't the problem. It's the problem that Pokemon needs to stop. Yes, but Pokemon's biggest issue. Pokemon's biggest issue is the fact that Pokemon Company doesn't let fucking Game Freak go more than just a year without not making these damn games.
And Nintendo's biggest issue is that they need to make a new goddamn hardware.
They do. They need new hardware.
I mean, that's a simple fact.
The Switch OLED was not the answer.
If Game Freak had time to fucking make
more time to
tester and make them with these games, they wouldn't
still be held back by the Switch.
But look at other open world games on the Switch. Fucking Breath of the Wild isn't this janky, and it came out almost 4 years.
Breath of the Wild also isn't trying to have a bunch of Pokemon models all popping up and everything else.
There's reused assets all over the place in Breath of the Wild, whereas Pokemon has like
there's also a lot of empty land.
Pokemon themselves are literally reused assets.
I don't think a Psyduck looks like what's the fire crocodile one?
Yeah, but they all have a base body.
I'm right by the simple fact that there's literally hundreds of models.
There's literally hundreds of Pokemon, Julian,
there aren't that many. We're not gonna have
many things in them.
We're not gonna have this conversation.
It's not like you can't. You already set them up with so many models in them. Just have the one spawn in these areas.
We can't have this conversation. We can't. All right, it's gonna go all the way down. We've spent a lot of time on Pokemon.
So Jacques number one.
Yes, the ignorant cannot speak.
I started off being interested in it, and then I became not interested, and then I became interested again, and now I'm kind of not interested again.
You've
let me on a weird journey, but I'm glad you had a good time.
Don't jump into a tangent. You're not ready to.
You're the one that are jumping into tangents.
Yeah, listen, bro. You love love this game, and you don't want anyone saying anything negative about it.
Oh no, no, no,
has...
no, 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 no,
no! It's not that.
no. People can say negative about it. He's just not. He's not qualified.
I will happily take that. I also will stand on this hill that the Switch needs to be updated.
The Switch is not
outdated
strong
hardware.
enough.
It's outdated hardware.
No matter how much time Game Freak is given, the Switch hardware is not strong enough.
Is a handicap.
Yeah.
I will stand by that.
Oh, okay. So, my number 3. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Making this my number 3. This is my next indie game that I wait. Oh shit! Let me talk about this game before I bring up my.
Oh my god! Here we go. Already, he already forgot one of the games he was supposed to be talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, I was. What was it?
Why is anyone? Why am I not surprised?
Because I thought we were. I thought we left off at our top 3, but I realized that I left off about top 4. But what was it? Freaking yeah, Multiverses.
Oh, Multiverses.
I thought you dropped it.
Finally, he's gonna bitch about this. Jesus, I've been waiting.
Like I thought you literally dropped it.
I did drop it, but it's still on
So
my
how
list.
is it number your 4?
You know, I was actually about to say that before you interrupted me. You know something? I really got carried away when talking about games. I definitely would be lower on my list. Like this list really isn't ordered at all. But at the same time, like I would have liked to have brought it up before games like Nobody Saves the World and 4DK and yeah, even I would have probably put it under above TMNT, but like so because right now TMNT is at the bottom of the list only because like limited like I played it limitedly and it was fun, but it wasn't anything that I'm really gonna jump back into. But like yeah, it's probably like actually number 9 or number 9. Like this is 9, so number 8 on this list of 9 games. But
this one.
What was it? But yeah, I forgot to bring up like Multiverses. But yeah, Multiverses number 8, and Multiverses is a game that I really enjoyed when it came out. I think it was I think like when it first came out, it had a good idea. It was well designed. It was fast paced, and it was competitive. And it was fun. It was aggressive. Um, then they kept updating it. They kept updating it until it became less fun. One of the major things that they did with it that kind of made me just like stop playing it after a while, and I'm gonna go back to the things I like after I bring this up is just they kept updating the like was it the attack decay, whereas essentially the more you use a move, the more it decays. At first it was not that bad, it was fine, but then we get like later on, and it got to the point where it's like, oh, my attack decays at 4. Like it was after 4 attacks. The 4th attack it decays, and it like I lose 90% of my knockback and damage. Right? It's like what? The 4th if I use attack 4 times, and it's not like 4 times in a row, by the way. If I like what was it? Use like let's say use a down air and then do like what was it? Like 2 more attacks and then use down air again, it counts as another time I've used it. So it's not like, oh, we'll just use another attack real quick and then go back and using down air. No, I have to use like 5 attacks before going back to down air. And if it's time to kill somebody, I don't have that fucking luxury. But yeah, when the game came out though, I mean yeah, it had some issues and some glitches, but I really enjoyed it a lot. It would have been like higher on this list, maybe even number 2 on this list. Like right now it's number 8, but maybe like it would maybe even have been number 2 on this list if like the game was more like it was when it came out. but it was again, it was fast paced. It was fun. It had like fun, recognizable characters. You can play as Bugs Bunny. You can play as Tom and Jerry.
What?
You can play as like many DC characters. You can play as freaking Steven Universe and so on and so forth. Right? Just all these different recognizable characters from different from different like properties.
You can play as an
Um,
original reindeer dog, which is the
you can
only
also,
original character in the entire game, and they haven't
yeah,
made
and
anything different.
he was interesting. People love Rain Dog, because he's a
Still
good
haven't
boy.
made another original character since.
Yeah, but freaking
But we get
like
Rick and Morty
what
dog.
was it? Yeah, Logan plays Rick and Morty, and like the things of was it? What you think about like what Tom and Jerry, right? You're playing with like one of the things I freaking loved about that character too, was like Tom and Jerry was two characters that constantly like all their attacks were them trying to hit each other, and they would whiff the attacks and hit the opponent. And that was so interesting. Like they were fighting each other, like they were the entire match. They're fighting each other every single thing they do, they're fighting each other and they're throwing attacks at each other and whiffing and hitting the opponent. And it is pretty great. It's pretty it was a pretty fun game. um and without like they took away there's no blocking in the game, so like in Smash we have like the bubble block, like there's no blocking in the game, so you're utilizing your dodges more, and you have to you use your dodges offensively in order to move faster, in order to like dash across the map very quickly,
I don't like it.
and it makes it very very like fast paced, like aggressive game.
I don't like
um
it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
but
I don't like it in platform fighters where you don't have
what
some dedicated guard button. Not very.
what
It's very counterintuitive to most of the other ones. Most of the other
wait
ones, to
what
be honest. I don't like the fact that it doesn't have a guard. That's it's like I
That's
played
not the
more
only
of it.
one.
I'm not
That's
a
not the
fact that
only
it doesn't
one.
like the guard.
Like, what was it? Because Rivals of Ether also didn't have a guard button.
I
It
don't
had a
like
parry
Rival Either
button.
that much either.
But what was it? Like honestly, it
But
was
Rivals
for
of Ether
me.
feels more fluid than this game does to me.
This game is feels different. Here's the thing: if you're not using the off the like it feels very floaty and balloony. If you're not using the offensive dodge, because essentially you want to dodge in a direction and then jump out of that dodge, and it will like create a large amount of momentum that will like make you move across the screen very quickly, and it kind of mitigates a lot of that like that bloated balloon effect of when you're moving around. um but like if you don't figure that out, the game feels weird at first. And it actually took me a minute to like figure that out. And once I figured it out, and I had gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, I'm having as much fun with this game as I've had with other platform fighters. They started changing a lot of stuff. I like some characters just have stupid buttons. Taz is on the screen right now. I fought a Tasmanian devil, and like literally every option that I threw out, he was able to just cancel it. Right, like I was playing Tom and Jerry, and he has a move where he can just like eat was it eat Jerry, or like eat your projectiles and stuff. And I would like I tossed out Tom and Jerry and I shot a rocket out so to knock him away from him because I knew he was going to try to kill Jerry immediately. He just opened his mouth and ate both Jerry and the rocket, and then just came and started beating my ass, right? And so it was it was like, what do I even do against this, right? And then was it? And then right after that match, I had a match with like I played Steven Universe with a match against another Steven Universe, and that's when I like decided I'm done with this, because even though I won that match, the fact that I was able to get 3 spikes in a row off on an enemy, and like it didn't kill them because the last spike staled. It's just like this is not the game that I started playing.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that the update sort of ruined the experience, but I do feel like we should move on because we are getting close to the end of the stream.
Yeah. Okay. So what was it? My game number three, my actual game number three is going to be Stray.
Oh, the cat
Okay.
game.
Yeah, Stray was fun.
Interesting.
Stray was fun. The exploration in Stray was just great, and I love kind of like being a cat. I kind of wish you could do some more cat stuff, like try to make jumps that you can't make, and like you
So
just get yourself in dumb situations like cats
You
No.
do.
knock off or
No,
knock
monster.
anything off the table if you want.
so real
You
quick,
can.
what is Stray? Like, is it
Oh,
post-apocalyptic? Is it
yeah,
isekai? Are
it's a
you trapped in a
post-apocalyptic
body?
cyberpunk. It's a,
Isekai is
a
not a fucking
post-apocalyptic
video game.
cyberpunk game that that is set far into the future where humanity has died out and like the city is run by, and there's a city that's kind of like engulfed in a dome that's run by like robots that were made by the humans long ago. And you play as a cat that gets lost and gets stuck in the city and is trying to find a way out by helping the robots. There's a question there, like, how helpful is a cat? Like, you tell a cat, we need you to do this mission. This is very important. The lives of everyone on the line. The cat's just sitting there looking at itself, not paying attention to a goddamn word you're saying. But
And it's adorable, and it doesn't need to listen to you.
yeah, but like the cat, like honestly, that's the thing that makes me think like this cat is way too attentive to be a cat. But whatever, it's very fun. You have to like dodge
Some
these
cats
like
are attentive.
there's a lot of puzzles in it, as you saw. Like you throw that on Omni Stream, you can throw a bucket into that little fan to stop the blades from spinning, and there are a bunch of different like buckets, not buckets, a bunch of different like puzzles like that where you need to find like ways to get into places or ways to get up to places, and you need to like find the pieces and put them together. And it's what is it? It's fun. The puzzles I think are the thing that kind of tips the scales on this game that make it kind of to make it more fun. Because there really isn't like action or like a lot of action in it, and I would say the backgrounds get a little bit like samey sometimes, but at the same time, like these puzzles and stuff, and like finding people and finding out and finding how to get to your next objective, that's what the fun in the game is.
Yeah, it's made by Annapurna, which I'm a big fan of that development team. But they're kind of infamous for doing reaching for the stars with the minimal budget, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
I played No Man's Sky.
yeah, I could definitely see that. Annapurna wasn't No Man's Sky. Annapurna was oh,
No.
okay,
I'm
you
just
mean
saying
like
like
reaching for
the
yeah, okay.
concept,
Not
that
not
particular
not not
concept.
that not that much. They bit their own foot, but I
Yeah,
mean like it feels like this game has a lot of charm to it, and I need to make
it
some time to
does.
play it.
It does. It's actually quite fun. It's a game that it's a very short game that the only reason I haven't beaten it is again it's another one of those games that I only played on stream and I didn't play off stream
You
at all.
rented it
So
in Blockbuster.
Beware
Okay.
people who
Yeah,
are cat
you had to
people.
return it before you finished it.
Beware people who get emotional about
okay,
cats. Anything.
okay. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. It's not that bad.
It's
Okay.
bad enough. You
The cat
don't get it,
falls.
okay?
The
You
cat
don't
falls
own
at one
one.
point and limps for a little bit, and then he's fine like 2 seconds later.
Yeah, no, it's still no. It's literally there are situations in this game. I've seen this whole game, by the way. It's fucking there are situations where it's like no,
You're
cat
ble- you're being
emotional people who
you're
own
being
cats
a bleeding
should
heart.
not play this game.
You're being a bleeding heart because like the reason why freaking
I
like
just
Julie
said
legitimately
what
abandoned
kind of people should be playing this game, and you're not.
abandoned like this stream like one time because he didn't want to see the cat in danger.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, people who get emotional about seeing animals they like in distress should not play this game.
I'll pick it up and I'll enjoy it.
It's like I don't think if you were a big dog lover, you wouldn't want to see a dog fucking get in a fucking horrible situation. Don't you?
I love
Julian,
Homeward Bound. Are you kidding me?
Julian, you
I've
do
wa-
realize the cat's not real, right?
I've watched John Wick a
Right?
bunch of times.
Exactly.
I think I can handle it.
Yeah, and Julian, you realize that one of my favorite movies is Homeward Bound, right?
Yeah, but Homeward Bound's not as bad as fucking is
There
not
was
is
literally-
nowhere near Milo and Otis.
Julian, there was literally a point where the dog was just like lying inside of like a mud pile, and you just leave me to die.
One,
I'm
let's
just gonna
not
die.
let's not traumatize
fighting
Omni
a
with Homeward
goddamn
Bound
bear.
memories, and let's also move on to the next game because we're
Okay.
getting there.
Number 2.
Okay, my number 2.
It's your mom.
Was it?
It's your mom. I like playing with her. Ha! Put a picture of your mom on the screen.
Yeah, that's the stuff. But anyways, no. What was it? High on Life.
Are you serious? Didn't that
Yes.
just come out?
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Really?
Yes, I played a bit of that, and
Really?
it's a fun, competent FPS.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of TikToks on it. It seems funny.
Yeah.
It seems more funny than their
really?
VR one.
Yeah, it's a fun, competent FPS. Listen. I'm a fan of Justin Roiland's comedy. I think that I think that Rick and Morty can get his head up his ass a little bit too often.
Little bit.
But like, but this game really feels like it steps back. It takes a break from the pretentiousness of Rick and Morty and just has fun
I've only
again,
seen TikTok,
like
so what is
with that
High on
humor.
Life?
High on Life is an FPS. And it's basically the plot is your parents go off on vacation and your sister in charge. And you're like this fucking loser gamer who like didn't even bother to like come downstairs to say bye to the parents before they went off. And right after they leave, aliens dropped on the planet because they want to like take humans and use them for drugs. Yes, they want to smoke you, like literally.
All right, I think I'm on board.
Yeah.
Anytime you could burn children and turn them into stuff that makes you high, I got it. Okay, you
And,
got me.
and pretty much like what was it? One of the aliens gets betrayed, and you pick up his gun. That's the gun that talks to you.
Uh-huh.
And he what was it? He gets you to take a chip out of his head, and because of the skills that you've learned from video games, you go off on an alien killing spree and go on an adventure to save the world.
All right, I'm down.
It is fun. It's very Justin Roiland humor. If you like the humor of Justin Roiland, right? When of like Rick and Morty, when it's not up his ass about like fucking about
Which is
fucking
everything
concepts
after
and shit.
season 2.
Yeah, like if you like season 1 and season 2, I think you would like the humor of this game. It's fun, it's funny, it's in your face. It's stupid as hell. It does not take itself seriously at all. And honestly, it's a fun time. I really enjoy. I was really enjoying it. I streamed a bit of it like last week. It's like I streamed a mission I did last week, but this was when like my GPU was just struggling like so hard. So I decided to go ahead and that's when I decided to get a new GPU. So now that I got a new GPU, I'm gonna try to continue streaming it maybe next week because I got some other stuff going on this week. But I'll see. If I find some free time, I'll try to stream some more this week.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then your number one, which
My number one game of the motherfucking
I know what it's
year.
gonna be.
yeah.
Yes, absolute fucking shocker to all, Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Huh? Really? Shocking.
Yes,
I am appalled. How could
It
you say such a
You
thing?
you have given a heart attack to Julian with all of the shock of that.
No,
I think I think I need to leave.
I'm sorry, Julian. I just
It's
have
all-
to sing the praises of this game. I
Jacques,
know
I'm
this
so
is
disappointed. Jacques, I'm
very
so
sudden.
disappointed in you.
I know this is sudden, Julian. I know this is sudden, but understand that my love for this game burns hotter than 1,000 suns. Okay.
Yeah, they
You
pretty
owe
good.
you owe Nobody Saves the World
Yeah.
an apology.
Yeah. So
What?
I'm gonna take over a little bit here.
Dude, it was too low on the list.
Yeah,
I do owe that game an apology.
Yeah, Elden Ring is the next game from Software, masterpiece by Miyazaki and that fat dude that did Game of Thrones, and it really is just a tremendous game, from the world to the music to the gameplay. It elevates and push forward this genre of game. It's unfortunate that it was built for last gen because I'm a hater. I wish it was fully built with current gen and PC in mind, but we're
I'm sure
here.
you'll get a sequel.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
But for people that don't know,
blame a global pandemic for people not everybody really able to own these things.
yeah,
That's true.
and
Also,
bots,
NFT bros and fucking
resellers,
people mining for bitcoins.
yeah, all trash people. The game you play as the Tarnished, a person that is destined to not have any guidance or light. You wake up, you are trampled, or you don't, and then you fall to your death anyway, and you wake up in a graveyard in the lands between. And as you push forward, you realize that you must take on the demigods and gods of this world in order to put the Elden Ring back together. And depending on your choices, it may or may not be for the better. But
yeah, you go eat that dung eater.
it
Did
was
you just read something out the back of a fucking descriptor?
no, I just all that's from my head.
Yeah.
the game was a cultural revelation. You could see clips on Facebook, on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. People that never would have touched the game before are picking it up. I saw people's careers on TikTok build because of this game. There's this one Scottish lady on TikTok who all she did was play the game and speak in her accent, and she got hundreds of thousands of followers, and I'm sure she's doing fine financially now. But it was all because of Elden Ring. Because after she stopped playing Elden Ring, I didn't see any of her videos
This
anymore.
this one's Scottish lady, so she's an asshole. So it's like I'm thinking, oh, she's like Scott, so she's an asshole. Got it. Wow. Like, oh, you mean Scottish is in the Scottish?
Oh, Scottish. Scottish.
Yeah.
That's stupid. That's
Wow,
the
so
stupidest
dumb.
joke.
That's so dumb. God damn, I hate you. Anyways,
Damn. That's the end of stream.
one of the things about this game, like kind of reminds me of what
Oh, I know what you like about this game. It's a game that didn't burn from George R. Martin that didn't burn you like Game of Thrones did.
I think it's just more that it's a Dark Souls game.
Game of Thrones before like it got like disappointing, but what was it? Freaking Elden Ring. Like one of the things that you said about the Pokemon game, right, is the fact that how the world feels like it feels like a true adventure. Now, all From Software games to me feel like an adventure, but this game more so than any other one from except for Demon Souls. That's the reason why I had a hard time getting into it. It didn't really feel as much like an adventure. But what was it? Freaking like just like taking a random elevator that sends you down, and you don't know where you're going. You realize you're in an underground city, and it's like and as you travel through it, it becomes more massive and more, and you could completely 100% miss it.
I'm gonna elaborate on that and then also shit on Jacques. So this game,
wow,
I agree, I agree,
like, what?
is very much an adventure. But I will say that that Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are more of an adventure than any of the previous From Software games, because those are more instanced. You explore an area, but there's very, very limited ways to navigate. Whereas in this game, you're sort of told, you have to.
Let me elaborate on something then.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why I brought that up is because Elden Ring makes me feel the same way Julian feels about Pokemon right now.
Yeah. I was just shitting on your comparison to the previous ones, but yeah, I agree with that. But you're right, because that is what this game is. It gives you no direction. There's no button you can push that says, "Hey, go this way." There's no marker. There's no on-screen HUD element that says this is what you got to do. You are given out. It's very artistic in the way that you're dropped into the lands between, because as you come out of that elevator, you are shown. You're shown.
Why did I pick the song?
A castle. You're on a precipice of a cliff. You're shown a beach. You're shown cliffs. You're shown a boss that you can immediately fight, and it's up to you to decide how you want to go. Me personally, I went to the beach and explored, and I found a shop and a cave. You can do that, or you can try to take on the boss, which is what everybody on YouTube did.
Yep.
All the streamers did.
I sure did.
Or if you want to go straight to the castle, you can go straight to the castle, and there's a path behind the castle you can go and just sort of explore and do all kinds of stuff. I think the person that I personally know that got the most out of exploration was probably Lag. It's a game that rewarded you 100% for not spoiling yourself. I was kind of a mix, probably 25% getting, or maybe 20% being guided, and the rest of it I was doing on my own. But it's however you want to do it. The game is just so well built and so well balanced, from PvE to PvP to lore to the weapon variety. One sword doesn't feel exactly like the next sword. You're given a variety of options right off the bat. And there's tons to find, whether it's an underground city, like Jock said,
with different ashes of war.
Yeah, whether it's, and like Jock said, whether it's going and finding an underground world to explore, to discovering that there's a cult that exists and you're transported to their blood hellscape. There's all kinds of secrets and things to do.
In my playthrough that I missed that whole that entire level.
Yeah, I had to do it because I fucked up my gameplay. I accidentally unlocked the frenzied ending, and I didn't want that, so I had to do everything in the game to. I'm gonna go ahead and just finish off this tangent. I had to do everything in the game to undo that, and then I also wanted the Ranny ending, so I did everything with Ranny. And when it came to the end, if you pay attention to my stream, if you watch the video, I finished the game for the first time on stream. There's a blue thing you're supposed to touch to do the Ranny ending, and I totally missed it. You can see it on my screen as I walk past it and do the other ending. So in order to go back there, I had to play the entire game again, doing the Ranny stuff a second time to get that ending. I was a fucking idiot. And yet, I finished the game 3 times. I platinumed it. I beat Melania. I did everything. Not Melania. Melania. I beat Melania Trump.
Yeah, I haven't fought her yet.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, was it for me? I kind of spent a lot of time just fucking around, just running around
Oh my god, you spent your time fucking all the monsters?
It made me.
I mean, they should have had such juicy asses.
Well, I mean, it sounds like Julian's type of game.
Right, but
I mean, we could talk about the type of game.
Yeah, and everybody, and I'm just sort of rushing this because I got to get to my last 2 picks in the next 7 minutes. But everybody has a Morgoth story. The boss from the first castle, that's where everybody like. If you're playing that, either it was
Morgan story.
Yeah, I was part of yours. Yeah, for sure. Lag was part of mine, and it's just it's every
Watching
streamer
Jock died with over and over again. It was the second row monkey all over again.
Eventually, we got through it though. But yeah, it's an amazing game. It elevates anytime somebody makes a Dark Souls clone, they're just gonna be wondering why it isn't Elden Ring. Like they ruined every Dark Souls clone to come in the future because everybody's just gonna be wanting it to now be Elden Ring. So
yeah,
sucks for them.
Yeah, the game is an absolute masterpiece. 100% deserves Game of the Year. I get it for people who don't like those kinds of games, but like this game, I definitely believe deserves Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Now you just need to play the other one. Now you just need to finish playing all of the Dark Souls games so you can say you actually are a veteran.
Now
I played Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne. I haven't beaten Dark Souls 3. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not counting Dark Souls 2.
But you have to. But you have to. Everybody, you have to. That's the final summit, Jack.
Let Omni get to his second.
We'll get there at some point. Yeah, but I got to get to my last picks because luckily because of Jock's dumbass, I only have 2 games to talk about. And the first one
was nearly as long as Julian's rant about Pokemon. That shit went on for a long time.
It did. I don't mean that. I don't mean your Elden Ring talk because I was a big part of that. I mean the fact that you picked 3 out of my top 5 games, so I don't have to talk about 3 of them. My 5th one is one that I was probably not expecting. I knew I was going to enjoy, but I didn't know it was going to be in my top 5. That's Final Fantasy Origin: Strangers of Paradise.
Nice.
This game was way better than it has any right to be. For people that need context, it's a Souls-like, but with a Final Fantasy twist. It's way more forgiving than in terms of your losses, but the gameplay is much more rewarding than a traditional Dark Souls one. You have all the Final Fantasy crystal bullshit. You've got hero archetypes. You've got all the spells that you want. It's really, really fun to play. But here's
dumbest, most fun plot.
Here's the and then here's the thing. This douchebag that you play as, Jack, he actually has a reason for being an idiot. Before this game came out is when I did Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster to explain Garland and all that shit. This dude has a very, very important tie to Garland, and the reason he acts like a douchebag is explained. And after that's revealed, he mellows out a lot. But the game is time travel bullshit.
Man, like, you beat the game, didn't you?
Oh yeah,
I've seen it. Mellows out by beating the game, maybe.
No, because like you learn like the spoilers, I guess.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Anyone else care?
Yeah, so if
it's pretty obvious who he is when you learn his last name.
So Jack's last name is Garland. Jack is the final boss of Final Fantasy, the very first game. And the way that this sets up is that in that world, because time travel is a thing in the first game, he is isekai'd essentially from this future where they want to farm chaos in this world, like essentially sacrificing everybody in the endless cycle of chaos, and they're using Jack to farm that. And then he eventually, with your help as the player, he gets out of that circle, becomes Garland, and realizes that he needs to train and raise and give a goal to the four heroes that you play as in Final Fantasy 1. So you're building him up as a villain, and you learn like the reason why he's doing all this is because he was in love. He did see everybody die that was close to him. You did. I think if you watch my VOD of the ending, I'm in a very much more fresher place, and I explain it really well. Why exactly he became a villain. And so he's in part of the chaos stuff is that all the chaos stuff is mellowed down, and then by the end of it he's like, oh, I have to be this Machiavellian douchebag for the heroes so that they have somebody 100% inherently evil to take on. And then in the DLC you do fight the heroes and stuff, which I haven't done because the game is very hard. The post game is very hard.
The dialogue to get to that point could have been better.
Yeah, well, it's Japanese writers.
What do you mean better? It's fucking great.
Story.
Yeah,
it's an interesting story.
It's terribly wonderful. But
yeah, it's very good. The gameplay is super fun and it's challenging, and you're rewarded if you're a Final Fantasy fan. I highly recommend it. It's very good.
I like all the reference mentions.
I still wish the 14 reference could have been anything but fucking Tasha.
And then
I'm still pissed about
Tasha though.
Still pissed. It's like,
and
God damn it. It's because Final Fantasy 14 uses too many other fucking serious things in their dungeons. And it's like, God damn it, what are we going to use? The Crystal Tower? 3 already has that.
All right. And then just to put it out there, my fourth game of the year was going to be Horizon Forbidden West. It did not make the top 3. I explained.
Horizon.
Yeah, Horizon. And then my number 3 was Overwatch 2. It came out of nowhere, and I fell in love all over again, even though it makes me super angry.
It makes you a toxic person.
I'm getting better at it, and because of that, I'm becoming less toxic. But it is a process. My number 2 game of the year was Elden Ring for all the reasons that we discussed before. It's a tremendous masterpiece. My number
I'm
1.
I'm shocked by that number.
My number 1, as a complete unsurprise, is Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak that came out this summer.
No.
Of course it was going to be Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak.
No.
How did you not realize it was going to be Monster Hunter?
The only thing I heard Omni say was like, oh, yeah, this game is pretty cool, but it's not as good as World. I don't know.
Iceborne. It's better than World, but it's pretty close to Iceborne.
It's fucking Monster Hunter.
Yeah. I put in hundreds of hours into this game this year alone, not to mention the hundreds of hours that I put into the Switch version. But on PC, the game really stands out. Everything got better because why wouldn't it with the expansion? That's your tradition. The monsters got harder, the weapons got better. Capcom's Monster Hunter team does the thing I wish every other game that did, which is, the weapons are unbalanced. Let's make every single game in the weapon in the game better. And then when everybody's excited about that, let's add an even harder monster for them to try to farm. You get in with your friends, you get in with randos, you go solo to speedrun, you're rewarded for being better at the game. The new monsters are interesting, the achievements are fun to do, the waifus are better than ever because they're not children. Except for Chiche, there's no Grand Meowster, but there is.
Yeah. The fact that you want to fuck the Grand Meowster, Meowster stuff is just still weird.
I don't get it, but Malzeno is an awesome new monster. The armors that they add through because if you aren't a Monster Hunter player, as you play the game, Capcom's like, we have a roadmap. We're gonna do updates every couple of months. It's sometimes every month, and there's just constant content. It's fun. I love it.
I think the only one issue I had back when I had it on Switch, other than the fact of like I don't like the controls on Switch, was I remember the online being not as good as World because you couldn't just send up like an SOS flare once you got into the matches and stuff like that.
It's sort of fixed, but there's no SOS one. You kind of have to be in a lobby.
Because that was how I always played like when I was playing online multiplayer, it was always
that.
Okay,
that's
go in, do the SOS flare, and then Like that's how I would play with randos.
Instead, you choose a multiplayer one, or you start a hunt that's open to multiplayer. If you play at the right time, you'll get somebody. But if you ask like Sarlina,
I'm waiting
it's not
for. I asked your opinion on it. I was waiting for
this. I didn't
Sunbreak
realize
on
they came out with
PS5.
like Iceborne last year and this year.
Iceborne was
last year.
3 years ago. 3
or
4 years ago. Yeah. This game, and I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this game to be over so we can get World 2 or whatever it's going to be. Also, one last little Easter egg. If you pay attention, this is the Three Lords trailer that I'm playing with Garen Golem, Malzeno, and Luna Garon. If they're secretly, or if you're eagle-eyed, they are Frankenstein, Dracula, and the Wolfman. That's what those monsters are.
I'm the Wolfman.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like it. They're very creative. They're very clever. They give you tons of free content, and there's just so much to do. The game, and the expansion will be coming out next year for the PlayStation and the Xbox consoles. If you haven't played it yet, I just don't get it on Switch. Just don't get it on Switch.
So far, it's only Rise. I'm like, I'll wait for the expansion. That's what I asked you about.
Yeah. What?
No, I played it on Switch.
Oh, it came on Switch.
I'm waiting for the PS5 version, but I'm waiting for the expansion because I asked Omni like, which version should I wait for the expansion or just pick up Rise?
Yeah, Rise is fine if you're a fan, or if you see it on sale for $10 and you want something to do, you can get it. But honestly, wait for Sunbreak. Sunbreak makes the game whole, and you know how much I love holes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like with World versus with World and Iceborne, like
everything's just better, and they give you like overpowered stuff so that you can get through the base game a lot quicker, which I love. But yeah, Monster Hunter Rise was my game of the year 2022. Well, Sunbreak sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because Rise didn't come out this year. Sunbreak did.
Gentlemen, we spent 4 hours talking about these games, and we thought we were going to be done early. And look at us now.
Oh,
who would have
seriously?
I am completely shocked and surprised that this happened.
I'm kind of not.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. This is a lazy game. This is a lazy gaming, guys. Where topics go to Paris and tangents rule the day.
Bro, like legitimately, you were like, Julie.
Yeah, we were all like,
you wouldn't get this reference. You wouldn't get this reference, but Julie, when you were talking about Pokemon, you were like the voice actor for Kratos at the Game Awards.
Oh, you just go in and go in and go.
Bro, he went up there. He was like, I want to thank my mama. I want to thank Jesus.
It was like an 8-minute acceptance speech.
You say that when Scott said more than I did.
Dude's a really nice guy, though.
Oh yeah. He just really milked it. They had the rush.
Yeah, he really did, dude. Dude even mentioned, he was like, wow, he's trying to get you guys more Switches because they were doing like the whole Switch thing.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up, which is that like I was like, well, it's just a video game awards. If he goes long, so what? Nobody really cares. And then Jeff Keighley later was like, I guess he's trying to get more Steam Decks for everybody. I was like, oh yeah, Steam is giving away one Steam Deck for every minute of the Game Awards. So if he makes them slow down by 8 minutes, that's 8 free fucking Steam Decks. What a Chad!
Yeah, maybe that's how Surge got his.
Yeah, he just got lucky.
Oh my god, I forgot the first thing he sent me today.
Dude,
yeah, we thought we were gonna be able to talk about games coming out next year.
Yeah, right. Oh, speaking of Game Awards, I do want to give thanks to my Reformed rabbi.
Bill Killen, that kid got arrested.
Yeah.
How did no one notice?
Shows how shitty security is.
How did nobody notice him sneak on the stage?
In terms of before we come off Monster Hunter, because I have that right and I can do that. I'm anxiously curious about Wild Hearts, which is Chinese Monster Hunter coming out in
It looks
February.
interesting.
Yeah, I'll be buying it. Whether it's good or not, I'll let you know.
There's only one Wild Hearts in my brain.
If it's really good, then I'll pick it up as well. Because I've looked at like the trailers and I think it looks cool, but I'll wait for you to pick it up and give like an actual.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you'll be streaming it as well, so I can see the stream and then also hear your thoughts on it and put the two together.
Anybody who's been watching the stream, if you're wondering what this random red shit I'm drinking out of this bottle is, this is
It's NyQuil.
No, actually, it's fucking Gatorade mix. It's powdered Gatorade mix and vodka.
Hey, you should have told me you were drinking. I would start. I have a Powerade. This is the first blue Powerade I've had in years. I don't like it. I spent like 4 hours drank half of it. It's
way too sweet. Blue.
It's so sweet. I love the grape one. I all right, quick tangent. My family went to like Sam's or something, and they bought a case of Powerade, which we never do. And there was grape, blue, and red. And I was like, I haven't had a great one forever. I'll try it out.
Sucks.
I like
Bobby's
grape.
like, Julian needs to stay awake. And I'm like,
Oh,
fine,
that's
I'll get
alright.
I'll get something to stay awake.
I never get
right.
to drink anything. Like at work, we always only have red and blue. That's it. It's only red and blue.
I don't think those are very strong flavors. I know they're popular colors, but
Like I prefer the blue over the red though.
it's I mean it's fine. It's just too sweet for me.
Like, yeah, it's not great,
What?
but if I buy a Powerade at work, it's only the two, and I'm
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
blue.
better.
I mean, the blue Gatorade is the one that they always serve at McDonald's anyway, so that's the only reason I'm used to it.
Get.
I mean, Powerade.
We need to
But
fight.
I'm not
we
really
need to
big on
fight for
Powerade
grape.
anymore because I'm not really big on Powerade anymore anyway.
I'm not either. But grape was crazy good. I don't know why it was so good.
I don't know why more places don't sell that one.
Anyway, just to be fair, I mentioned Wild Hearts is a game I'm looking forward to. Do you guys have one or two games you're looking forward to in 2020?
Me and Julian are probably
before
looking forward to Tekken.
Tekken, obviously.
Yes.
I'll
there's a couple
mention-
things actually.
Yeah.
But Tekken is a big one.
Yeah,
Just the
like a
bullet
Dragon
filter.
Ishin.
Yeah.
The new
fantastic
Who am I
game.
kidding? It's Final Fantasy 16 for me.
The One Piece
new-
game that you're not gonna buy, Jacques?
16. Yeah.
I'm gonna get it. I learned some more about it. It's a turn-based RPG, and that's interesting.
Yes.
Final
Oh.
Fantasy 16.
I thought it was gonna be
Yeah,
like,
16,
I thought it was gonna be
same
like
for me.
World Seeker.
Oh,
Yeah, I've
shit.
got One Piece Odyssey Deluxe Edition already pre-ordered. Comes out in 14 days.
Yoshi P, this game had better be good.
Also, the
regardless of the
Rhythm
fact
Final
that there's no
Fantasy-
black people.
Yeah, the Rhythm Final Fantasy Final Bar line. I've mentioned it before. I like rhythm games,
Yeah.
and this has 502 songs because I bought all the season pass stuff as well.
You should play that
So,
trombone
very
rhythm game.
excited.
It looks very funny. I saw Game Grumps play it. That
I don't know.
shit's so funny.
It's got to have licensed music though.
No, I don't think they do. But
Say that.
I think you can download like because it's PC
Oh,
only anyway.
also, Mega Man Battle Network collection.
Oh,
Very
also,
excited for that.
shut the fuck up, Jock. You forgot about Armored Core 6. Me and you we're gonna be playing that day one.
Yeah, Armored Core
Yeah.
6 is coming out.
Oh, I should also
Yeah.
mention
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, Resident Evil
Remastered
4,
Resident Evil 4.
the PlayStation
But-
VR. I already have that pre-ordered, like a jackass.
Final
Street Fighter
Fantasy
6 also looks
6.
really good.
Cyberpunk
You have
expansion.
the PlayStation VR like pre-ordered.
Yeah, it's like $600.
Nice. You know what? That might be the VR headset I get.
Really interested in
I
buying
don't
Street
know. If
Fighter.
I can, especially if I can hook it up
Assuming
to my,
that it's-
PC. If I can hook it up to my PC,
I don't think
definitely.
so. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be
You
PlayStation.
can do it. You can do it with the original. You can hook the. You have to. It wasn't like native, so you had to do some stuff. But like you could hook the original up to your PC.
Dude, just give
think I
Facebook
put
your
too much
ID
alcohol.
and get a Quest.
No.
Don't be
Also,
a
Suicide
bitch,
Squad
bitch.
kills the Justice League. If
I'm
that
not-
actually does come
yeah,
out next
I
year,
don't- I'm not interested in killing the
fuck.
Justice League, but it's gonna be good. I
RoboCop, I think, is going to be actually
forgot about RoboCop.
like one that I want to. I'm very curious about it.
You mean
It's just
RoboCop
not-
from Fortnite? He's in Fortnite.
Yeah.
he's,
He's in Fortnite now.
he's in Fortnite.
He's in Fortnite.
I
Who
bought
isn't
him. He's in
Fortnite?
Fortnite. Baldur's Gate 3, Diablo 4, Cyberpunk.
I swear to God, dude. If
I will
some-
not
there's
support
if
Blizzard.
a little kid-
Symphonia remaster.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I
there's
see a little
the
kid
sequel
see
to Hollow Knight.
Goku or Naruto
Yeah, the
or
sequel to
whoever,
Death Stranding.
and say that's the guy from Fortnite. I swear to God, dude, I'm gonna slap that little kid.
Yeah, that's everything. Remember, that was an ongoing joke for my Fortnite streams. Is that is that Halo from Fortnite? And everybody's Master Chief.
My Hero. My Hero
Yeah.
Academia.
Is that My Hero from
fucking
Fortnite?
Deku?
I will
Fucking Deku's in
walk up and
Fortnite.
slap. I will
Why
walk
could
up
goes
and,
in
and
Fortnite?
slap them in front of their parents.
Oh, there's
Is that
one.
Lord Beerus from fucking Fortnite?
Is that Goku from Fortnite? One game that I'm probably gonna shit all over, but I am gonna buy it because I'm really curious about a JRPG on built for current gen, Blue Protocol. I'm really curious about how
My
that
mom's
game's
a
gonna
Blue
be.
Protocol.
God damn!
I don't
You promised you
remember
weren't
about
gonna
that
tell anybody about that. Yeah, it was. I'll send you a link to it. It is it's by Koei, or not Koei, Bandai Namco. It
I
is
can run out of things I can send Bobby without fucking being old.
One of the
it is a
one of the
legit
annoying
JRPG, but it's built for current gen.
that'd be cool. I hate Bandai Namco doesn't make anything pre-orderable like digitally. Because like even Tales of Symphonia comes out in February and you can't order it right now. Like it's just straight up just coming soon.
Mhm.
It's like let me buy it. Let me spend my money now. Like, I just want to give you money. Why are you like this?
Well, I'm gonna send him this one.
Yeah.
Way Forward the same way with like River City Girls 2. It was never up for pre-order except for on Switch, and then just here it is. Why? I would have given you my money. Just had it like pre-install and everything else the day before.
Well,
But
gentlemen, that was the last stream of the year, and that's like the third year I think that I've known you guys. So I look forward to.
Okay, send you back.
Yeah, I know. Look forward to
And
one more
Jolteon.
year of yelling with and at you three. So,
Hooray!
hooray!
Fuck you, bitch.
I won't be streaming on Saturday. I'll be back on Wednesday. It may not be with LGG, but I think that's where I'm gonna call stream.
Don't get too drunk.
He's gonna trade us in for new models next year.
And don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. Our New Year's coming up, and it's also gonna be our. How many years we've been doing this anniversary?
It'll be 10 years.
10 years. It'll be our 10-year anniversary in fucking March or February, late February.
I think it's like mid-February is like our 10-year anniversary.
We have things coming down the pipeline for realsies.
We do.
Yeah.
For realsies, what those things are, you'll fucking figure it out when we're ready to tell you. Because we're still working on it. So until it's finished, we're not gonna say shit to you.
Yeah,
let's just say that it involves Tifa's feet.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll be there.
It does not involve Tifa's feet. Stop saying that.
He said it. It's true now. It's canon, and I'll be there.
I'll make sure it involves Tifa's feet. Don't worry about it.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna get in trouble.
You can't get demonetized for Tifa's feet.
Yes, we can.
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm gonna actually look that up on YouTube right now. Does anything
Look
pop up if I search Tifa feet? Tifa feet.
Look it up. We'll get in trouble. It's gonna be bad.
There's a mod for barefoot Tifa in Tekken.
You know what else is a mod for? You shutting the fuck up.
Tifa with extra top barefoot white dress gameplay.
Too bad you're too broke to buy that mod, Julian.
Tifa pumping.
You know what mod I want? I want Barrett in a goddamn G-string mod, but that doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure it does.
My God.
Maybe if you had the skills, you could do it. You know what they say, Julian?
There you go.
You know what? I'm trying to get the other Julian. I'm trying to convince the other Julian.
Guys, look at what's on YouTube. I'm sending you the link in the Bros Brigade because I can't put that on stream.
What?
What the fuck?
I typed in Tifa feet. It was like the 7th option down.
Oh, what?
I don't know why you do. See what I'm fucking talking about. This person's not getting any YouTube.
Speaking of YouTube, real quick, is it weird that I've been watching like this YouTube channel?
It's got 14,000 views, Julian. 14,001 with me.
Thanks to YouTube algorithms, I've been watching a YouTube channel about this Japanese dude that just buys and renovates and flips houses in Japan.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. The housing market in Japan is dirt cheap in rural areas. Like holy fuck. He bought a house for $4,000.
That's crazy.
Shouldn't your face
I mean, the house is hadn't been updated since the 70s.
I'm so desperate for America's housing market to crash so that I can afford something. I need to get it.
Because he was talking about so many foreigners are coming over to Japan and buying houses because the yen is so weak currently.
Jacques, sometimes I'm laying at night and I think about that one time where you were like, it's my dream to have my own fridge. And I was like, shouldn't you dream of having your own apartment? And I realized the disparity between our goals and ways of thinking.
Cancel the train. No, I didn't. I didn't mean to.
Omni's like, hell yes, I can finally afford an apartment. Chuck's like, hell yes, mini fridge.
It's like, we need to adjust your perspective.
It said you canceled it.
All right. Any last things before we end the stream?
Poop lemonade around the corner fudge is made.
I was gonna say something racist. Let's not do that. Everybody, we'll see you in the new year.